fun. Drink Pepsi. And by Mark's Work Warehouse. Clothes that work. In a city that has endured more than its share of summer showers, it's sunny and 24 degrees right now, but there's a possibility of thunderstorms later on tonight as the Argos meet the Stampeders live from Calgary. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the CFL Live. I'm Gord Miller. The Toronto Argonauts haven't won a road game since October of 1991. Contrast that with the Calgary Stampeders. Since Wally Buono became their head coach in 1990, they've got 12 wins and a tie in July. So for the Argos, it's a textbook case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For more of this game, let's go to John Well.
And Gordon, most of the talk around the Argos centers around their run-and-shoot offense. They introduced it to Canadian football in 1982, won a Grey Cup with it in 1983. Now, 10 years later, CFL defenses are a lot more sophisticated. So the question is the run-and-shoot still a potent offensive threat?
Well, John, I really think it is. I still think it's a good offense. I think one of the problems for it, though, is that defenses around the league have seen it or versions of it for 10 years, and they're better prepared to play against it. For the Toronto Argonauts, I think the problems begin with the offensive line. Totally decimated since training camp, and they just haven't been able to capture the blocking schemes. You take a receiving core that has new people shuffled in week after week, and the team just lacks the continuity to perfect this kind of an offense. And I think when you look at the quarterback, I'm still not sure it's the right kind of offense for Tracy Ham.
Yeah, and it's a big test for Ham and the Argonauts here tonight. They have not won in Calgary since 1988. Coming up, CFL Live from McMahon.
It's Grammy Award-winning comic Steve Martin in a hilarious classic concert performance guaranteed to crack you up.
Hey, mind if I smoke? I say, oh no, do you mind if I fart?
Recorded live in Los Angeles at the Universal Amphitheater, Steve Martin performs with a lovable lunacy that launched him into stardom.
And think how lucky you are to have your mouth where it is. It could have been any place. Imagine yourselves in a restaurant.
Tune in to all your favorite Steve Martin sketches. Happy Feet.
Oh no, I'm getting Happy Feet. Whoa!
King Tut. The Wild and Crazy Guy. Fun Balloon Animals.
And now it's time for Fun Balloon Animals. Here we go! Whoa!
I'm a Rambling Guy.
I'm a rambling guy.
And more. And as a special bonus, you'll get the hysterically funny short film, The Absent-Minded Waiter, starring Steve Martin, Terry Garr, and Buck Henry.
Water. And glasses.
Also featured are cameo appearances by David Letterman, Paul Simon, Henry Winkler, Alan King, and Henny Youngman. You'll receive all of your Steve Martin favorites together for the first time on one tape. This is a comedy treasure you can't miss. Call now.
Well, excuse me!
Call toll-free 1-800-824-9339. That's 1-800-824-9339. Or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Steve Martin, 100 Fusion Way, Country Club Hills, Illinois, 60478.
CFL Live from Calgary. While the Argos seek their first win, the Stamps are poised to make it 4 in a row. Leaf, who will make the difference in this one tonight?
Well, John, I really think it's going to be the play of Doug Flutie. Will he be good or great? If he's good, I think the Toronto Argonauts have a chance to stay in this game. But if he has one of his 400-yard passing nights, which is very normal for him to do, I think it could be a long night for the Argonauts. So Doug Flutie, in my opinion, could be the difference in this ballgame.
Tonight's starting lineup brought to you by Speedy Auto Glass. Don't take a chance. Take your auto glass repairs and replacement to Speedy Auto Glass. Ready to cue Tony Martino and get this football evening underway. 3 men deep for the Argos, including McAdoo and Mike Clemens. This is the pinball at the 15. Room to the far side. Quarterback Tracy Ham tries for the 4th week in a row to get the Argos run and shoot finally ready to fire. In the backfield, the Argos look to a former Ticat in Derek McAdoo making his first start to carry the ball most of the way. The wide receivers, Paul Masadi and Robert Clark, with Larry Willis at one inside spot.
And well documented the problems of their offensive line tonight. Francois Belanger, who was assigned, starts at left guard, and everybody is new except Lane Schmidt from training camp.
On first down, Tracy Ham already under some pressure. He escapes to the far side. Alondra Johnson chasing him out. The gain is 3 yards. Now the Johnson boys pretty well control the Stampeders' defensive front 7. Eric and Will on the ends. And then you look at the linebacking core where Alondra Johnson is a key linebacker with Matt Findlay missing from the lineup tonight.
Solid secondary, too. Junior Thurman anchors the 1 corner spot, an all-Canadian 2 years in a row, and he's off to a good start with 1 interception in the first 3 games.
Argos second down. Almost 7 yards necessary for a first down from the 43. Flags are down as Ham looks to fire and is intercepted on his first pass of the night. Gerald Vaughn, a rookie to the Stampeders secondary, picks off Tracy Ham. And that is the 5th interception thrown by Ham so far this season. There is a penalty marker down at the line of scrimmage. It looks like procedure against the Argos.
Well, not the kind of start Toronto Argonauts wanted tonight. Turnovers have hurt them. They're a -7 after 3 games in the takeaway giveaway department. And you know, it's a difficult offense to master. I know it's been well documented that it is, but, you know, if the reads aren't there quickly, Tracy Ham wanted to get that ball away quickly, and it just took forever. And then finally, he just made the wrong read and threw it away.
Talk about hot quarterbacks. How about Doug Flutie? Stampeders 1st and 10 at the Toronto 45. Trick formation, far side of the field. Flutie throws it under the cover, and Keevan Jenkins looks close to a first down. He has it. Stampeders are on a roll. Flutie has been brilliant. 8 touchdown passes, no interceptions in 3 Calgary victories. His veteran running back, Keevan Jenkins, remains the key to the Stampeders' running game. And then you've got Crawford, Pitts, Sapungis, and Smith providing Calgary with the league's top receiving corps.
And a very fine offensive line that has only given up 5 sacks in 3 games, and for a team that throws the ball as much as Calgary does, that's fairly impressive.
14 for Keevan, 1st and 10, and Jenkins gets the call. He falls forward. Don Mullen making the stop after a 4-yard gain.
Interesting in talking to Wally Buono and saying, well, how come Keevan Jenkins has been able to play for so long and stay healthy? And it really is the fact that they don't use him rushing the ball that much. During the season, he may carry it around 90 times a year, and he doesn't take the pounding that maybe a Robert Mims did or a John Volpe did in some of those backs, and that has really increased his longevity.
Yeah, he's in his 7th year in the CFL. 6-pack of receivers for Flutie. On 2nd and 7, Flutie in trouble. Got away from the initial rush and fires for Pitts. It's over his head in the end zone. Good job by Flutie to get it away. Avoiding pursuit from Rodney Harding.
And a very good sign for the Toronto defense. They rely mostly on getting pressure from the front 4. And that time you'll see a pretty good job coming from the outside is Brian Warren and Mike Campbell, 99, as he gets away from Bruce Coverton. And the key, keep Flutie in the pocket. 99 Campbell does a pretty good job there, and by the time Flutie's able to throw, the play is destroyed.
Enter Mark McLaughlin for the Calgary Stampeders. His first field goal try of the night is wide. Prior to that, McLaughlin was good on 11 of 14, so he misses his 15th try, hitting on 78% prior to that.
So if you're a Toronto Argonaut fan, I think you have to look on the positive side of things. They give up the turnover, but Calgary, as potent an offense as they are, only get 1 point out of it. So that is a very encouraging sign. And I think the Argonauts, who have struggled at 0-3, need to use anything to their advantage, and maybe that will give them a lift.
It certainly has to be a bit of a lift after Ham's first pass was intercepted. So Tracy Ham and the Argos try again at the 35, first down. Trips formation, right side. McAdoo, his first carry as an Argonaut, Alondra Johnson is there to make the tackle, and McAdoo gets out across the 40 to about the 42-yard line.
Before he's wrestled down by number 91, Marvin.
First game since 1991. He was an Eastern All-Star back in 1989. Had some pretty good years with the Tiger Cats.
Yes, he did. He only played the first 3 games last year and then was released, so he has been out of football for a long time, and very interesting to see how well he can perform tonight.
His gain was 7. Ham on 2nd and 3, and Mazzotti makes the catch out across midfield. He's near the 47-yard line. Good catch by Paul Mazzotti, and that's out to bring it home.
John, that's a good pattern against the Calgary defense that likes to play a pretty soft zone coverage. Mazzotti on the quick post, and as soon as he clears that inside safety, the ball was in the air by Tracy Ham. A good read and a terrific catch by Paul Mazzotti to keep this drive going.
First and 10 Argos at the Calgary
20 yards for Mazzotti, setting up the Argos with a 1st and 10 at the 48. McAdoo. Markers are down.
Eric McAdoo.
Will Johnson might have moved a little bit early.
Room in the heart of the Stampeder defense. Will Johnson, number 81, leading the charge.
1-0 Stampeders.
Number 75.
Have an early lead on the Toronto Argos. Been a busy time for Calgary. Their last game was on Saturday. A victory over the BC Lions.
Offside, defense number 81. Repeat first down.
There you see on the right side of your screen, Will Johnson, a little early start, and he is certainly one of the most feared pass rushers in the league.
Argos at the 43.
That sets up the Argos with a 1st and 5. Calgary 43. Trips formation, 3 receivers to the near side. McAdoo will have the 1st down. Hard running for McAdoo. He gets inside the 30 to the 29. Met by the Stampeders safety, Greg Knox. Knox had 11 starts in 92.
That's a good scheme for Tracy Ham. Really stretches that defense out wide, and then you go with the draw. You really only have to beat one guy, and that's Will Johnson. And he pass rushes so hard in every down. He's a pretty easy guy to get by quickly. McAdoo with the carry, and the Argonauts have really put a nice drive together.
13 more for Derek McAdoo. Look where the Argos are. 1st and 10, Stampeder 30. Ham has to hustle out of there. Sliding for pretty good yardage. He's at the 23. Pinned by number 2, Junior Thurman, the Stampeders' right cornerback.
And John, this is why Mike McCarthy made the trade for Tracy Ham. The ability to make something happen when there is no receiver open, and they haven't had this in the past, and he affords them the extra running ability now, a play that just wasn't there. He ends up getting 7 yards out of it.
9:05 to go in the opening quarter. The Argos trailing by 1 on a march right now. 2nd down and 3 at the Stampeder 23. 3 receivers to the near side, and McAdoo got the call. He'll be short of the 1st down. Tripped up from underneath by Stu Laird, number 75. Hasselback also in on the tackle.
Hasselback closing things down on the inside for the Stampeder defense. Looks to be a full yard on 3rd down.
So 3rd and a yard. You go gunning for it here? I would suppose so.
That looks as though they're going to, and for a team that, you think run and shoot, all they do is throw. The Toronto Argonauts come into this game 2nd in the league in average yards rushing per game, a little over 90 yards per game. None of the teams really running the ball much this year so far, and so they have the ability to go for it on 3rd down, probably pick it up.
Tracy Ham himself, and he should have the 1st down to keep the drive alive for the Argos, who have looked very impressive since getting the ball a 2nd time after Ham threw it away in his 1st possession.
And I think one of the key things the Argonauts have been able to do on this drive is to run that draw and have success with it. And what you always want to do against Calgary, known for a great pass rush from their front four, is to try and find a way to slow them down. And if you have a draw play that's working, there's no question those guys are going to be looking for it instead of coming back, coming real hard on the pass rush. So that's a good way to exploit them.
From the 19, 1st down Argos. Ham stands in, fires to the far side. Well over the intended receiver's head, and that is Larry Willis, playing his 2nd game as an Argo, number 84. Willis had some great years with the Calgary Stampeders. More recently, he played with the Bombers in Winnipeg.
Well, he's always had a bad rap, but all I can tell you, in 7 years in the CFL, 4 times he's been over 1,000 yards, so he must do something right. And last week he had 3 receptions, and for a team that has struggled finding receivers, I mean, I think he's a very welcome addition to this team.
On 2nd and 10, pressure on Ham, and flags are down. So is Tracy Ham back near the 33. Alondra Johnson, number 51, a Western All-Star in 92, got through to Tracy Ham that time. Penalty markers down in the Argo backfield.
Holding. Offense number 68. Decline. 3rd down.
Well, they don't do it much, Calgary, and that is blitz. But when they do, it's usually they take the offense by surprise. And that time, Alondra Johnson beat the block. He got the sack. Argos were called for holding to boot, and that means that Lance Chomick will have to come in. But I think on a positive note, I mean, that was a pretty well put together drive. And, you know, they answered their turnover with a pretty good drive of their own and have a chance to get some points.
Yeah, 9-play drive, and here's Lance Chomick looking for the lead with Kerrigan pinning it at the 40-yard line. Chomick is good, and the Argos have a 3-1 lead on the Calgary Stampeders. A good drive for the Argos. Doug Flutie gets the ball when we return. From McMahon in Calgary, CFL Live.
What's all the excitement about? Yes. New sport, scores and more around the clock when you want it. Sports news, sports views. On October 1st, you can see it here now or see it there later. 24-hour sports news. News Sport.
Well, we've pretty much run out of superlatives to talk about Doug Flutie in the last couple of years in the Canadian Football League, as he's rewritten almost every major passing record. So to get a better idea what kind of player Flutie is, we asked the man himself.
I feel like within this offense I'm improving. It's my 2nd year in the same offense for the first time in my professional career. I have a chance to just refine things and really get a good feel for everything. Last year, I looked at film beginning of last year to the beginning of this year. It's night and day. I wasn't sure where all the backside receivers were going to be, where people were settling in the holes or when they're going to take off. And now I have a much better grasp of this offense. I just think you get more and more comfortable the longer you're around people. This is my 2nd year with the same group of personnel offensively and also within the same offense.
At your seat. Not many have been able to stop Doug Flutie. Wally Buono had some success when Flutie was with the BC Lions. And what was his strategy when he did slow down Doug Flutie a time or two?
When Doug Flutie is really successful, everything is predicated on the play of his inside receivers. So what Wally Buono would do would be just to jam those receivers, throw them off their timing, and that seemed to always affect Doug Flutie's play. So tonight, if you're Toronto Argonaut defense, I suggest you do that.
On the return for the Stampeders, Crawford gets away from one and is forced out as a penalty marker comes down at the 27. 20-yard return after a 56-yard kickoff, and we'll check out the penalty here.
As we're waiting for the call. What I mean by that for Toronto, Jonathan Wilson and Kevin Whitley are the 2 inside halfbacks. You've got Ken Benson and Donnie Moe, the outside linebackers. They have to make it a priority to try and get a hit on Alan Pitts or Dave Sapunjas as they try to get into their pass pattern.
Return team number 36.
If they can do that, they can really slow down Flutie's timing, and then, you know, he's going to have to work to the outside. It's a longer throw, and more things can happen. But slow down Sapunjas and Pitts if you can.
Penalty was against Calgary on the return team. Blair Zur for an illegal block. So the Stampeders are now back at the 20-yard line, with Crawford flanked to the near side and Pee Wee Smith to the far side of the field. Good fake by Flutie as he stands in, can't find a receiver. Flutie takes off himself, and he has about 5 yards. Pinned at the 25 by Brian Hilt, the Argos starting middle linebacker, number 38.
Stampeder fan Eva Friesen.
Well, career touchdowns for Doug Flutie, rather impressive, averaging 2.3 per game.
2nd down 5, Stampeders at their own 25.
A gain of 5 yards for Flutie. Trips formation far side, Flutie. to Crawford. Tipped away by Reggie Pleasant. Good defensive play by the Argo veteran. Pleasant with 1 interception on the season. Good coverage that time on Crawford.
Yeah, great protection for Doug Flutie. One of the reasons why he's only been sacked 5 times in 3 games. Look at this. I mean, he's got all day. Great sight lines downfield. And boy, I thought he was just a little slow delivering that football to Derek Crawford. Crawford had run a nice pattern on Reggie. Pleasant was open. But by the time the ball got there, Pleasant was back to break it up. So that's the thing I talked about at the beginning, the difference in this game. If Flutie has a mediocre night, you know, Toronto could really find themselves in a good position to win this game.
Wally Zatilny on the return for the Argos, starting at the 40, markers down, and Zatilny is out at the 45. Penalty markers on the sideline as well. A 6-yard return. Could be a late hit by the Argos on Zatilny.
45 yards.
The newcomer Biggs.
On the return got 6.
There's the score from Calgary. CFL Live.
If you're not watching Twin Peaks on Bravo, here's what you're missing.
Hi.
Who are you?
Laura was my cousin.
Laura had secrets. I know who killed Laura Palmer.
Twin Peaks. Fridays at 8 and Sundays at 10. Only on Bravo.
Don't buy or lease any new Mazda until you get a second opinion from Marty Sussman Mazda in Jenkintown. Over 150 new Mazdas always in stock with the new 93 Mazda 626 starting from $12,995. New 92 929s from $22,495. And our award-winning service department gives free loaners to buyers when in for scheduled maintenance. Only at Marty Sussman Mazda, just 2 blocks off Old York Road at Beta Road in Jenkintown.
For a while now, some of the Argo offensive players, including Mike Pinball Clemens, have been talking about putting the run into the run and shoot. That is the designed run, and not just by Tracy Ham. So far, it's worked pretty well in this football game, but the irony is it's been Derek McAdoo doing the running, not Mike the Pinball Clemens. Whoever it is, though, it may be the ground game that puts the shoot back in the run and shoot.
Yeah, that's all part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that comment more because everybody thinks pass, pass, pass with the run and shoot, and often you can cross up the defense, as Toronto has been able to do here in the first quarter with a solid running game.
Robert Clark to the near side along with Kip Lewis. 2 Argo receivers who've had some experience with Mouse Davis in the run and shoot offense. First down as Ham stands in. Intended for Larry Willis, number 84. Couldn't come up with it near the 40. Kenton Leonard was covering on Slick Willis that time.
And this is one of the times that the run and shoot fooled the Calgary secondary. They didn't have someone over covering on Willis, and Calgary was very lucky that that play wasn't a big play, and that's what the run and shoot does. They try to confuse the defense and take advantage of mistakes. Calgary, however, has countered in the first quarter tonight by playing 6 defensive backs. Gerald Vaughn is coming into the game, so that's how they are trying to combat this run and shoot.
An option play. And it's Warren Hudson unable to hang on to the ball, so the Argos get set to kick it away again. A loss of 1.
Puts it on the carpet and quickly covers it.
3rd down and 11 for the Argos.
Covering Hudson, number 95, Harold.
Last drive, much more successful. The Argos took it 9 plays and managed the field goal for their 3-1 advantage on Calgary right now. 4:45 to go in the opening quarter on a perfect night for football with McMahon.
Louis Smith retreating for the Stampeders as Hank Kalisic comes onto the field for a 3rd down.
Kalisic averaged 45 yards a punt in 1992. Bouncing to Derek Crawford. Misjudged it at the 10 and pushed it out near the 15-yard line. Good heads-up play by Crawford to get it out of bounds after he misjudged it. Stampeders and Doug Flutie take over when we return from Calgary. CFL Live.
These people are serious athletes. They're reducing their risk of heart attack and taking steps toward a healthier life. Not with a strenuous program, not with fancy equipment. They're just using their own 2 feet. As little as 30 minutes a day can make a big difference in your health. So isn't it time you suited up? For more information, call your American Heart Association and find out how you can help walk away from heart disease.
You heard Doug Flutie say a moment ago that he feels a lot more Calgary off. Certainly showing with the receivers as well. Alan Pitts is having a great year, and not to be overlooked has been the great play of David Sapunjas so far this season.
Stampeder home game.
Well, we're a very confident team this year. There's no doubt about it. We believe that we can win every game as long as we play up to the caliber that we can play. I think this year what you find in our offense is that Doug Flutie is used to all of his receivers. The receivers have been together for 4 years. So we're a veteran squad, and we believe that if Doug gets the time, then he'll complete the balls and we'll score a lot of points.
David Sapunjas, CFL Offensive Player of Week 3. Last week, 10 receptions, 152 yards, and a couple of touchdowns in the victory over BC. Turn it up a notch, right?
Yeah, turn it up. And that's interesting. I asked Wally Buono yesterday. I mean, the team's undefeated. If you keep going like that, what kind of challenges are you going to issue to your team? And he said exactly what Sapunjas said. For every player to play to his optimum level every game. And if we do that, the season should take care of itself.
Flutie and the Stampeders first down, beginning this drive at the 13. Trips formation, 3 receivers near side, including Pitts. The pitch goes to Keevan Jenkins. Jenkins cuts it back and is nailed by 2 Argos. Leading the way was Ken Whitley, number 6.
It's a gain of 6.
Whitley making his pro debut in place of Enos Jackson, who was injured last week against Hamilton.
Of course, when you look at the Argonauts lineup, I mean, 7 changes this week. And of course, since training camp, it's almost an entire new team, and no wonder they're having problems. Dave Van Bellingham, their starting safety, got the flu on this trip, and he can't play. So the problems just seem to mount and mount.
Gain of 6. This is 2nd and 4. Flutie, the shotgun, has Crawford. He has a first down. Reggie Pleasant covering on Crawford, but not before he had substantial yardage and enough for the first down.
See Reggie Pleasant right here. Now here's Pitts coming up the field. Reggie Pleasant is kind of sneaking in there to help out, and all Crawford does is just hang down the sidelines, and Flutie finds him. But, you know, sometimes a team that's struggling, you try and do a little too much, and in that case, Reggie Pleasant gave Crawford far too much room.
Now that one looked easy, a gain of 16 yards, and the Stampeders out near the 30, actually near the 35, beginning at the 34. First down. Flutie stands in, man open under the cover. It's David Sapunjas. Sapunjas stopped short of the first down by Kevin Whitley. One more time. Whitley in his first year out of Georgia Southern. It's the same school that Tracy Ham went to about 6 years before him. He was a late cut by the Patriots.
Doug Flutie using the play action nicely here in the first quarter to freeze the linebackers, and that allows Sapunjas to have a little slow block fake and then work out into the flat. And as he catches the ball, lots of room for him to run and almost come close to a first down.
Sapunjas has 9. This is 2nd and 1. Stampeders, 3 receivers to the near side, and Keevan Jenkins gets the call again. He is close to a first down. Donnie Moen, number 36, the veteran of the Argos linebacking core, and in fact the Argo defense in on the tackle.
Harold Hallman, number 70, in on the tackle for Toronto.
7 seasons out of the University of Las Vegas in Nevada. 134 all-purpose yards against Winnipeg in week 1 for the veteran Keevan Jenkins.
Yeah, and he said today, you know, if I get traded, you know where I want to go now.
Yeah, to the Vegas Gamblers or whatever they're going to be called next term.
That's it.
1st and 10. Flutie for Jenkins. Jenkins has a first down. He's out across midfield. And the safety, Andrew Thomas, finally makes the stop on Jenkins, who put up 13 impressive yards after the reception.
Good job by Dave Sapunjas downfield to get a block on the screen, and he's able to cut down Donnie Moen there, so he is the complete package.
Stampeders into a hurry-up offense. It was batted down by number 99, Mike Campbell. So it'll be 2nd and 10. Argos appear to be offside. There's a penalty marker down.
It's funny you talk about a guy like Mike Campbell. I think for them to really be successful this year, he has to get back to the form that he had in 1991 when he had 13 sacks and was an all-Canadian.
Offside. Defense, number 99. Repeat first down.
Well, Mike jumped the gun a little bit there, but, you know, he's a real leader on this team, and I think for them to be successful, they've had a pretty good start defensively, but I think he is one player that really has to get back and have the kind of year he had 2 years ago.
After the penalty, it is 1st and 5 for Doug Flutie, and the Stampeders trailing 3-1. 3 receivers to the near side. It looks like it might be a time count violation, as the play was whistled down on Flutie before he could get it away. 46 seconds left in the opening quarter.
Time count violation, offense number 20, still first down.
Back where they began with a 1st and 10 at the 42. Check that, it's at the 52.
At the Argonaut 52.
Three receivers to the far side. Flutie over the middle for Alan Pitts. First down, Stampeders. Pitts has 12, and that's his first catch. Another newcomer in the Argos secondary, Brian McCurdy, makes the tackle on Pitts.
Toronto playing a pretty soft zone defense. There you see the linebackers don't get back to help out in the hook zone, and boy, that's going to be an easy pitch and catch for Calgary all day if Toronto plays like that.
Hurry up offense again for Flutie. Will Moore has his first catch. They're very high on this guy, number 82, 6'2", 180 pounds, out of Texas Southern. Great hands, they say.
Yeah, they brought him along slowly, too. He played 1 game last year and spent the entire season on the practice roster learning the system, and he replaced Carl Bland this year, a veteran who had had some super seasons with Calgary, and as you say, John, they have tremendously high expectations for this young receiver.
First down, another second down, a long yard for the Argos.
2nd and 1. Stampeders at the Argo 32. Flutie on a bit of a quarterback draw, but he went around the outside and found enough for the first down on the final play of the opening quarter.
And he's got the Stampeders first down.
So the Stampeders continue the drive when the second quarter begins. Live from McMahon.
Ryan Weber with the New Sport Update. The Olympic torch stays with NBC. A record $456 million for the rights to the '96 Atlanta Games. And Cuba's Javier Sotomayor, the class of the high jump, breaking his own outdoor record at 8 feet and 1/2 inch Tuesday in Spain. If it's sports you want, then it's New Sport. Sports news 24 hours a day, coming October 1st.
When is a stamp not just a stamp?
Stamp. This is a legend.
When is a stamp not just a stamp?
But it's really cool.
A stamp is more than a stamp when it's worth hanging on to.
When it means something to you.
But stamps you want to hang on to don't hang around your post office long. So call for this free catalog. You'll find this year's best stamps, past favorites you might have missed, plus great gift ideas. Call for our free catalog now. So, when is a stamp not just a stamp? When is a stamp not just a stamp?
When it's the heavyweight stamp of the world!
New Joe Louis stamps. They're at your post office for a few rounds only. Or call for our free catalog.
Stampeders have the best numbers from the opening quarter, including 94 net yards. The Argos have turned it over once, but the Argos do have the lead at 3-1 as the second quarter begins. 1st and 10 Calgary. For Jenkins.
Inside handoff to Keevan Jenkins.
On the inside handoff, Jenkins gets to the 21, a gain of 6. Brian Warren, number 44, made the stop for Toronto.
Both offenses doing a pretty good job running those draws tonight. A huge hole opens up until Brian Warren's able to make the tackle, but Calgary, you know, you're thinking pass so much with them too, and when they run across you up with the draw, usually more often than not it's successful.
Second down for Flutie and the Stampeders. 4 receivers to the near side. Flutie looks this way and then over the middle. Dave Sapunjas has the first down as he dives near the 10-yard line. Ken Benson pinned him there, number 73 for the Argos.
But you wonder why Doug Flutie gets so much time to throw. Watch Brian Hill coming on the blitz, and he's picked up nicely by the left guard Rocco Romano and the center Doug Davies. Do a good job, form a great pocket. That's the reason why Doug Flutie is able to see downfield so easily and pick out his receivers.
10 yards for Sapunjas. First down Argos. First down Stampeders at the Argo 11. Flutie at the 5-yard line. Keevan Jenkins, touchdown. Flutie to Jenkins, an 11-yard touchdown toss. Stampeders in the lead once more.
Doug Flutie has so many ways to beat you. You got 4 receivers flying downfield, and if the defense drops off, he just drops it off to Keevan Jenkins. He makes the catch and crashes into the end zone for their opening touchdown.
And the Stampeders have a 5-point lead. It's 8-3, Calgary leading Toronto. From McMahon, the CFL Live.
Why get an inferior foam shave when you could have the best? Why choose ordinary lubrication when you could have the richest? Why settle for average protection against razor irritation when there's something more advanced than foam? Edge Gel. Ultimate closeness. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge. And now there's new soothing Edge Aftershave for sensitive, dry, and normal skin.
Well, if you've known Wally Buono for any length of time, you know he is a perfectionist, and winning the Grey Cup isn't likely to change his style. We asked Wally if there are any weaknesses on the Stampeder team that he'd like to work on.
Well, I think the biggest aspect that we want to improve on is the consistency of the team, and we wanted to improve our speed throughout our team. I think the first part, the consistency, we struggled a little bit in our first 2 games. I thought against BC, our team played at a much better level of football. As far as our team speed, I think we've done that. We've got some good young players that run very well and have done an excellent job for us on special teams. And you know, those are 2 areas of concern. And right now, it seems like they're picking up.
Hard to believe that Wally Buono's Stampeders are better than last year's Grey Cup team, but he does believe he does have a faster, stronger, younger football team. The scoring drive covered 97 yards in 12 plays. It took 7 minutes and 7 seconds, and Flutie to Jenkins capped it off.
Talking about Wally Buono, since he has become the head coach of the Calgary Stampeders back in 1990, he is 12-0-1 in July.
Yeah, he doesn't like to lose in the month of July.
Well, he hasn't had to even think about it. He's never lost in July. What a record.
This is Derek McAdoo on the return for the Argos. They're down by 5. Decent field position out across the 35 for a first down Toronto. Met there by Carl Anthony. Wally Buono took over this team in 1990. And there's the record Leaf was talking about. The one tie, I think we should look up who managed to tie them. I think it must have been BC. And it was Doug Flutie, in fact, who tied them when he was with the BC Lions. First and 10 for Tracy Ham and the Argos. 4 receivers far side of the field. Ham can't spot one open. Almost picked off, but he has a man complete on the far side for Robert Clark, I believe, number 89.
Robert Clark on the sideline.
One of the things Calgary does so well is to jam the inside receivers. Look at Marvin Pope as Kip Lewis tries to get into his pattern. Hey, 2 guys knock him to the ground, and you know, when that happens, Tracy Ham, he's just got no place to go. And well, that's what the Toronto defensive backs and linebackers have to do to Calgary.
Clark's first catch, that's 8 yards. This is 2nd and 2 Toronto. 4 receivers to the far side and a pitch to McAdoo. Derek McAdoo has plenty for the first down near midfield, near the 55, stopped by Greg Knox.
Gain is nearly 10 yards for McAdoo.
Watch Eric Johnson, the new defensive end for the Calgary Stampeders. Here he is as he comes across. he either takes Ham or he goes with the back. Well, he makes a decision to take Tracy Ham, and so Ham just pitches to McAdoo. Great play. He's to the outside and lots of running room, but that's the option off that defensive end, and he can't make the right play.
First down, Argos. Ham gets pressure from Laird, and Zizakovic. Markers are down, and Ham finds a little extra room down the near sidelines, but I think they'll take this one back.
Tracy Ham, the ball carrier for the
Argonauts. The Argos might have been holding on the play.
Flag is down as Ham goes out of bounds at the 50-yard line.
Lots of talk about the problems the Argos are having with their offensive line. Well, one of the problems is experience. Not one starter is on the offensive line in the same spot he was at in 1992. So they've had to patch it together with retirements and the key injury to Chris Schultz.
Yeah, well, Dan Ferroni, our buddy, now working with us. He retired. Prunster retired.
Holding. Offense number 54. Repeat first.
Blaine Schmitz in his first year as the starting center for the Argos.
And he's working on Harold Hasselbeck, and as he slips away from him, you see the tackle right there. So a good call, and you know, that has plagued the Argonauts. Mistakes, penalties.
There's an example of Leif Schmidt was a guard and a tackle in '92. This year he's playing center. First down and a bunch. Derek McAdoo has close to 9 yards.
Straight up the middle for
but
the
it was
Argonauts.
1st and 20 after the holding call. Eric Johnson, one of the very few newcomers in the Stampeder defensive scheme of things.
McAdoo off to a pretty good start. 5 carries, 41 yards, and it's always interesting to see in the second half how a player who has been out for a year and a half will perform. But so far early in the game, he looks pretty good in there, and a pretty astute move by Mike McCarthy to bring him out of retirement.
They credit McAdoo with a gain of 8. This is 2nd and 12. Ham, well over his intended receiver, up near the 40-yard line. Robert Clark, number 89, covered by Greg Knox. And Knox supplied a pretty good hit.
Third down, Argonauts.
One of the problem areas for the Argonauts this year, just freeze it right here. Look at this for Tracy Ham. This has not happened too often. Let it go. Great protection. They pick up the blitz nicely, and one of the few times he's been able to just stand tall in the pocket and throw downfield, but couldn't hit Robert Clark, his receiver. Nice job to pick up that blitz and give him time to throw.
Here's Hank Olisic on 3rd down. Good kick. Bouncing at the 10, Derek Crawford doesn't have a play near the 2-yard line. It's out of bounds. Make it the 3, but a great kick by Hank Olisic. From McMahon Stadium, Calgary, CFL Live on TSN tonight.
They're going to wave it.
NHL Home Video presents 100 Thunderous Hits, a bone-jarring collection of the biggest, baddest body checks ever thrown in the NHL. To order for $14.95 plus $4 shipping and handling, call 1-800-899-6521. That's 1-800-899-6521. See the NHL's toughest superstars play the physical brand of hockey the fans love. 100 Thunderous Hits. 100 incredible thrills, all packed into one explosive home video. Call 1-800-899-6521 and order 100 Thunderous Hits for just $14.95 plus $4 shipping and handling. Or send check or money order to this address. Order now.
From Calgary, CFL Live, Stampeders leading the Argos 8-3. Danny Meyer in his first full season as the head coach of the Toronto Argonauts was 3-4 last year after taking over from Adam Rita. The Argos have struggled on the road since 1992, 0-9, and they are looking for their first win on the road in 1993. Good field position set up by the Argos as far as the defense is concerned after a 55-yard punt by Hank Olisic. So Flutie starts at his own 3 for Calgary. Andy McVeigh And he's out near the 10.
Who pulls his way out to about the 8-yard line.
McVay 10 carries, 35 yards coming into the game. Met by Harold Hallman, former Calgary Stampeder.
Interesting, Doug Flutie has been the league MVP 2 years in a row. If he were to go on and win it again this year, he would be the only player in CFL history to ever win it in 3 consecutive years. Now, Jackie Parker and Russ Jackson have won it 3 times, but not in 3 years consecutively.
Yeah, Flutie's putting up impressive numbers again tonight. 80% passing from the shotgun here. On 2nd and 5, Flutie stands in. An easy toss for Pee Wee Smith, and that'll be a first down for the Stampeders. Smith stopped by the linebacker, Brian Warren.
First down at the 18.
Great receivers on this Calgary team, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and it's a team that spreads it around. You know, Pitts and Sapunjas are the key guys inside. The rest of the team with only 26, but equal distribution with Crawford Smith and Will Moore. So, boy, Doug Flutie likes to keep everybody involved in that offense in alert.
Yeah, but how did he get 152 yards passing to Sapunjas and to Alan Pitts in the same week? Both caught for 152 yards against BC. This is Crawford out of bounds. He could be a little shy of the first down, but he's awfully close. Corus Irvin, the former Ticat, forced him out.
Number 24, Corus Irvin.
Well, one of the ways I think you beat Doug Flutie is to be very patient on defense and just hang back in his own coverage and say to Doug Flutie, if you can put 12 to 14 plays together, well, maybe you're going to beat us. But I think Toronto has to be, they're playing it pretty well so far here in the first half. They're not overly aggressive, the defensive backs. Hey, Crawford and those guys are catching some outs, but they haven't given up the big play, and I think that's paramount for the defense. Let them catch all those things underneath.
Second down.
Protect against the big one over the top.
2nd and inches facing Flutie and the Stampeders now. 3 receivers to the far side of the field and 3 to the near side. Flutie spreads them out and carries himself. It'll be a first down, Calgary. Stampeders leading 8-3 with 8:39 to play till halftime at McMahon. Talked about Wally Buono's great record in July. Stampeders have a record of 22 wins, 5 losses, no ties at home under Wally Buono. Derek Crawford slowed down by Pleasant and then nailed by Benson, number 73.
After a gain of close to 9 yards.
Coming into the game, Crawford with 9 receptions for 143 yards and 1 touchdown. Crawford has 22 career touchdowns. Another 2nd and short situation. This is Jenkins. He has plenty for a first down. Out across the 40 near the 44-yard line. A gain of 6.
Well, as a running back, you're only as good as the lead guy in front of you. Watch Andy McVay as the hole opens up right in here. Boom, he's going to hit the linebacker right in the hole, let it run, and you're going to see some contact. Brian Warren and Andy McVay meet head on, but McVay makes the block, and Keevan Jenkins picks up the first down.
Another in this drive that began for the Stampeders back at the 3. Flutie, shotgun. Sidearms it for Sapunjas. He's about halfway to the first down. Stopped by Corus Irvin. Irvin had 7 tackles last week in his Argo debut.
For the Argonauts.
Dave Sapunjas, he just lets a couple of guys clear out for him, comes underneath, and there you see 73 Ken Benson, the linebacker, goes shooting by, and Sapunjas is open. Just a ball control kind of passing play, picks up 5 yards.
A gain of 5 on the pass.
He is the complete package. Special teams, he blocks, he catches well, and Wally Buono said, I wouldn't trade this guy for anybody.
4 receivers to the near side, including Sapunjas, who's open over the middle. Flutie goes to Pitts, the deep man. Stopped at the 25 by Jonathan Wilson. Argo defense beaten deep for the first time in some time. A 36-yard gain. Flutie to Alan Pitts.
Yeah, they catch Toronto in a blitz situation. The middle safety, Andrew Thomas, is up on the line of scrimmage. That means the whole field is open for Pitts to come all the way across, and that's just too much to ask from Jonathan Wilson to stay with him. And Flutie saw it so quickly, the ball was on target, and boy, when the Stampeders get on a roll, they are pretty to watch.
Yeah, they're on one right now after the 36-yard gain. It's 1st and 10. Calgary at the Toronto 26. Andy McVeigh. McVeigh slowed by the initial Argo pressure from Harding, or from Hallman, and then stopped by Brian Hilk, number 38.
Linebacker Brian Hill.
Gain is 7.
Oh, the defense goes to the right. Pretty nice cutback by Andy McVeigh. He does not get a chance to handle the ball too often, but here really making the most of his opportunity.
2 carries on this drive for McVeigh. And look where the Stampeders are. 2nd and 3 at the Toronto 19. Flutie to the near side. Sapunjas open again. Away from one tackler. Sapunjas. Touchdown. Fifth touchdown of a new season for David Sapunjas.
Flutie on the bootleg. He lets Pitts and Crawford clear out, and he hits Sapunjas short underneath, and a nice move to get away from Andrew Thomas, and then turns on the Jets and powers his way into the end zone. The Calgary Stampeders now in the second quarter, finally taking control of this football game.
Yeah, back-to-back touchdowns by the Stampeders. Good for a 14-3 lead. 15-3 on the Argos. Here's Flutie. And here's Sapunjas. A 107-yard drive ends at the Argo goal line.
As a Youth for Understanding International Exchange student, you'll live with a family, go to school, learn a language, and get ready for the world.
Living with the family, it was really nice. I really enjoyed it. I felt like a part of the family because they treated me so well.
I was thinking away, and then suddenly I was like, oh, wait, how do you say that word? And I realized, oh my God, I'm thinking in French.
Get ready for the world. Call 1-800-ARE-YOU-READY and find out more about spending the year, summer, or semester in a YFU high school program abroad.
I'm going back.
David Sapunjas has given the Calgary Stampeders a 15-3 lead. His 5th touchdown catch.
Can't stop us.
You're right. 10 plays, 107 yards. And 19 yards from Flutie to Sapunjas finished it off.
Back-to-back, very impressive drives for the Calgary Stampeders. And, of course, the worst nightmares of the Toronto Argonauts are maybe coming true. They're in a slump 0-3, and they have to play the #1 team in the league tonight. And Calgary, after a sluggish first quarter, now has started to get things together. Gordon?
All right, we're here with Larry Rickman, who is now smiling that his team's got a comfortable lead. They're picking up right where you left off last year.
Well, so far so good, but we still got a lot to go in the season.
Tell me about Las Vegas expansion there in 1994.
Very exciting, wonderful city. I mean, Vegas is known worldwide. It's the only professional sports team in the entire state. I think it's perfect.
What about other expansion targets?
You know what we're finding is we're narrowing it down to owners, and what we'll then do is then look at cities. But it could be anywhere from Jacksonville to Portland to Orlando. I mean, it just goes on and on.
All right, Larry, thanks very much. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Stampeder kickoff taken by Derek McAdoo for the Argos. McAdoo cuts inside, and he was met there by Mark Pierce. Pretty good return, 14 yards after a 55-yard kickoff.
John, you know, you look at points in the game, and is it crucial or not? I think this series for the Argonauts is extremely crucial. Calgary, back-to-back series, have scored touchdowns. Now for Tracy Ham, he really has to answer with something. And even if he gets just 2 or 3 first downs, it keeps the ball away from Doug Flutie. Toronto trailing 15-3. This is the time when they have to answer.
Ham engineered a fairly impressive drive for a field goal earlier. No one is open for Tracy Ham. Now he finds Willis. Willis makes the catch. stepping out of bounds at the 49. Big play.
And that's the dimension that Tracy Ham can give you, that ability to, once the play is not there, hey, see, he wants to throw the ball right now. Nothing's open. Now he breaks containment. Stu Laird can't stay with him, and he's able to pick out Larry Willis downfield. And, you know, this is really a crucial march for Toronto. They cannot afford to let Calgary get any farther ahead.
27 yards for Larry Willis and a first down for the Argos at the Stampeder 49. Markers are down. McAdoo gets the call. Caught from behind. Harold Hasselbeck, number 95, had McAdoo wrapped up. And it looks like a procedure call against Ham and the Argos. Two penalties here. We'll sort it out for you. It looks like the Stampeders might have moved early.
Offside, defense number 75. Holding, offense number 54. Repeat first down.
And it will be 1st and 15. Not in the lineup, at least as a starter tonight for the Argos. Mike Clemens, he has a bit of a nagging injury, according to Dennis Meyer.
15 Argonauts at the Calgary 54.
Derek McAdoo was the starter when we talked to Meyer yesterday, and that's the way it began for the Argos tonight. Ham has a man wide open, well down the field. This is Lewis, and he will score. Willis, number 84. Penalty marker down. That's a 54-yard pass and run. Let's see what the penalty is.
Well, I think it's going to count for the Argonauts because they just knocked Kip Lewis to the ground again.
Forward pass interference. Defense number 38. Decline. Touchdown.
So the penalty on Gerald Vaughn, the nickelback, and the touchdown reception to Larry Willis stands. He was able to sneak free down the sidelines, and for what I said was a very important drive for the Argonauts, they have answered the back-to-back touchdowns by the Stampeders nicely with one of their own.
Yeah, Larry Willis, a big part of the drive, a 27-yard reception to get the Argos inside Calgary territory, and then the 54-yard touchdown from Tracy Ham.
It is good.
3-minute warning is up at McMahon, and the Argos are back in the ball game after an impressive drive. Finished off by Tracy Ham to Larry Willis. Stampeders lead 15-10.
What's all the excitement about? Yes. News, sport, scores, and more around the clock when you want it. Sports news, sports views. On October 1st, you can see it here now or see it there later. 24-hour sports news. News Sport.
Well, if you called it perfectly, you said Tracy Ham had to get the Argos moving. I don't know if you were expecting a touchdown on that particular sequence in 3 plays in particular, but 3 to cover 79 yards and the 54-yard toss to Larry Willis.
Well, it makes it a ball game again. You know, there's nothing worse than you let Calgary get on a roll. They can just destroy you in a hurry, but Tracy Ham very quickly was able to answer the call. Larry Willis, a couple of catches on that 3-play drive, and at 15-10, we have a brand new game. That was interesting. Tracy and I had a long, wonderful chat before the game, and I've always wondered really how he felt about the run-and-shoot offense. I mean, we know it was a system put in by Mouse Davis, and everybody else seems to like it. And I said, tell me honestly, do you think this is a system for you? And he said, yes. He said, the only thing I have to do is to read things a little quicker than I have in the past. It's not the rollout style that I've been used to before, but he said, Leaf, I like the offense. I think it's going to work, but it's like anything. It's going to take time. We have so many new people, and you have to have the continuity between receiver and quarterback and offensive line. If we can ever get that going, it's a good offense, and I'll be good in it.
Yeah, looking at the Argos offensive scheme for 1993 as they dress and set up for this one tonight, only Paul Massotti was at his same position last year, so that's 11 new faces in the Argos offense trying to get used to this run and shoot. Olisic right through the end zone with 2:59 to go.
Olisic, aided, drills it through the Stampeder end zone.
Well, when you look at the run and shoot too, John, and you think of Mouse Davis, the architect of it all I know is he's been successful everywhere he's put it in. He's been successful Toronto 10 years ago. He had the silver stretch with the Detroit Lions, who Robert Clark played with him there. It was successful. New Jersey in the World League. So the system is good. It's just going to take time and see if they can find the right players to fit into it.
Doug Flutie is almost halfway to 400 again.
First and 10 at their 25.
Wally Buono has a 15-10 lead.
I think you could hear Wally saying, just cover your own guy. They had a coverage breakdown there, and that's what led Larry Lewis free for the touchdown. Larry Willis, rather.
Pitts was the intended receiver, batted away by Corus Irvin, and until that, Flutie had completed 13 in a row.
The Argos, number 24, Corus.
Well, gentlemen, it's a little warm on the Calgary sideline after Wally Buono really gave it to his defense. To his defensive line, he said, that's the worst offensive line in the world. How can you not get pressure? And to his defensive backs, he said, if you start doing things that we're not coaching you to do, you'll sit. It costs us a touchdown, and it won't happen again.
2nd and 10 for the Stampeder offense. Flutie shotgun, 3 receivers near side, 3 to the far side, and Flutie picks out Alan Pitts. He'll have enough for the first down. Jonathan Wilson forcing him out. The gain is 13.
14 yards. And a Stampeder first down. Coverage for the Argos.
Alan Pitts, so tough to cover one-on-one. He's got the size, the speed, and for Jonathan Wilson, I mean, you just hope you can stay close to Pitts, and maybe the ball is thrown poorly, but that time Doug Flutie on the mark, as he has been the entire first half.
2:54 till halftime. Calgary leading Toronto 15-10. 1st and 10, Stampeders at the 37. Flutie shotgun, looks to the near side. Almost intercepted by Andrew Thomas. Flutie has not been intercepted all year. It was tipped by Brian Warren.
Number 5, Andrew Thomas, right where it hurt. Right in the number.
This pattern takes so long to develop. Here you got Pitts on the out and up, and then the out clear out here. But as you're going to see, Brian Warren gets the tip here, and that's what messes up this whole play, the tip, and actually the interception should have been made. Of course, Irvin with a great chance early in this series. Now another opportunity missed.
2nd and 10, Stampeders. Flutie has good protection. Now it breaks down. Sapunjas. Great run by Sapunjas after making the catch for a Stampeder first down. He's at the 50 after picking up 12 and pinned there by Mike Campbell, number 99. Superb play by Sapunjas.
Yeah, he and Flutie really have found some kind of chemistry together. And for Calgary here, you know, you've had control of this game. You've let Toronto get back in it. Now, Calgary is a great team, no question about that. The worst thing they want to do now, and I'm sure they've talked about this on the sidelines, is let Toronto get into it. Let Toronto think that they have a chance to win this game. Hey, the good teams put them away early in Calgary. You know, they want to answer that Tracy Hem touchdown with another one of their own.
Mike Campbell was in on that last tackle, and he is the injured Toronto Argonaut. Eastern All-Star in 92. He's being attended to by the Argo medical staff out near the 50. Stay with us at halftime. We'll get caught up with what's going on around the league, including expansion, the sports update, and Leafs story of the first half.
Yeah, it's going to be a long story. A lot of good touchdown drives by both teams tonight. Let's go back and see if we can see what happened to Mike Campbell. He's making the tackle from behind. Tough to tell really what happened there. All I know is they really need a healthy Mike Campbell in that lineup. He is one of the anchors of that front four, and for a team that really relies on just 4 people to apply the pass rush, he has to be playing at 100%.
Mike Campbell with 6 sacks in 1992. In his 5th CFL season. We talked about the Argo defense. Pretty well intact from a year ago, although then you start looking at the cornerback Irvin in there, and Kevin Whitley making his first start tonight in the secondary. And then Andrew Thomas in for Dave Van Bellingham with the flu, and there are changes for the Argos on defense as well as the 11 we mentioned on offense.
I think the Argonauts were lucky to get a Corus Irvin. He had worn out his welcome in Hamilton, started 36 games in 2 years for the Ticats, but he was released, and Toronto had not been able to find a good replacement for Ed Berry, whom they traded to Edmonton. So Corus Irvin, I know Dennis Meyer was happy to get him.
Dennis Meyer spent 11 years as an assistant coach with the Argos, working on defenses. Began his CFL career as a defensive back here in Calgary at the Stampeders. 2:26 to go till halftime. Stampeders first down at the 50. Flutie for Keevan Jenkins, and Jenkins is close to a first down stop near the 50. Looks like a gain of 9. To be second and short at the worst as far as Calgary is concerned. Ken Benson on the tackle.
Toronto's going to 6 defensive backs to try and slow down the passing game of Calgary. That means Brian McCurdy comes in at the middle safety, and Andrew Thomas goes out to the halfback spot. And really what's happening, they picked on Andrew Thomas that time. He was kind of lined up as a linebacker. When you run the screen at him, he's undersized for that position. They had no trouble getting the block and picking up some good yardage for Keevan Jenkins. That's the thing about Calgary. You know, they recognize a defense quickly and where the problem area is in it and where they can attack it. They sure did that in a hurry.
Just shorts. Second down in inches with 2:17 till the half. Stamps leading the Argos 15-10.
Jenkins comes up
Ball spotted
short, so it is
just shy of the 50-yard line.
10 centimeters.
6 receivers in for Flutie, 3 each side. He'll likely take it himself. First down.
Hit a 50-yard touchdown on the opening game of the season against Winnipeg on that exact play, didn't he?
Yeah. Ran for 3 touchdowns in that game and fired 2 more and put up 54 points.
That's an interesting formation. 3 receivers left, 3 receivers right, and you know, you really spread the defense out there. It doesn't take much of an opening if he's able to squirt through there, and there's a lot of green astroturf in front of him if that happens.
Flutie's put up some great numbers. Last week he was 25 of 40 for 413 yards against his old team, the Lions. First down, Stampeders at the 49. Flutie with all kinds of time. Far side has Jenkins. And that'll be another Stampeder first down. Jenkins forced out by Wilson.
It's a great scheme to the short side of the field. Here's Keevan Jenkins here. Watch as he lets everybody clear out for him then. He just circles underneath, let it run, and you're going to see what kind of room he has down the sidelines. And to boot, after he catches the ball, 86 Pee Wee Smith is going to come back and get a good block on Donnie Moan, and that allows Keevan Jenkins to get the first down.
13 yards there, first and 10. Stamps now at the 35 of the Argos. The drive continues. Jenkins was the intended receiver, and Flutie came up a little short.
Well, going back to that previous reception by Jenkins, that's what the Stampeders do so well. They overload areas where the defense just doesn't have enough people to cover everybody, and at least the defense did the right thing. They covered the deep guys and then came up and tried to support and make the tackle after the catch. But Calgary, where they have so many different schemes to try and overload in certain areas.
Jenkins 5 receptions. He's also been impressive carrying the football. Second and 10. Stampeders, the Argo 35, and again, Flutie a little bit short on the pass, that time for Crawford, number 83.
Yeah, and really when Calgary has a bad night, it's usually because they beat themselves, and Doug Flutie 2 opportunities back-to-back where he has underthrown the football, and goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the game. They can only be their own worst enemy. You know, if they have a bad night and somebody wins, well, chances are it was Calgary's fault.
Well, this is a great football team in Calgary. McLaughlin, he's good. An 8-point lead restored for the Calgary Stampeders.
And the last 3 possessions have resulted in 17 of their 18 points.
2 touchdowns and that field goal by Mark McLaughlin. Lots to cheer about in Calgary. The Grey Cup comes to town. 19 93.
And they should do a fabulous job with it. It'll be a great city to host the Grey Cup, and I would think it'd be a pretty good party week.
I would think it would be a pretty good party week. Like they'll bring out the chuck wagons and fire up all the Stampede hoopla. Planning a major concert for McMahon Stadium as part of Grey Cup Week.
Martino with the Stampeder kickoff from his own 35.
Bouncing to McAdoo at the 25. Markers are down. McAdoo is stalled near the 27.
Martino's kick traveled 50
Solid
yards.
special teams coverage by the Stampeders.
Before he was swamped by Red and White.
Leading the way, newcomer Mark Dubé in his first year. Penalty is against the Argos, so that'll cost a couple of yards. Tracy Ham got on 4 of 7 for 109 yards, a very impressive drive. So those statistics a little bit misleading in some ways because he was really hot on the last drive.
Well, I find them shocking that he's only thrown 7 passes in almost 2 quarters of football. This is supposed to be the run and shoot, isn't it?
Run and fight, yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's about at least 30 balls a game, maybe 15 and a half. He's only at 7. You know, part of the problem, though, is Doug Flutie on the last 3 possessions has taken a lot of time off the clock. 107-yard drive. I mean, that'll do something to the other quarterback statistics.
Yeah, Tracy hasn't had his hands on the football a whole bunch. McAdoo. Caught from underneath by Stuart Laird, number 75.
For the Argonauts, a short game before he's taken to the turf by number 75.
Laird in his 10th CFL season, all with the Calgary Stampeders.
Here's Stuart Laird right here. Now watch his play as he works his way down the line of scrimmage, and eventually McAdoo's going to come back to him. Who's waiting for him? Number 75, Stuart Laird. Nice defensive tackle play.
10% discount from Alfredson. Now that's Italian.
Laird comes out, another linebacker. Raymond Biggs moves in for the Stampeders on 2nd and 6. Ham looks down the near side. Lewis was the intended receiver, and Gerald Vaughn was covering number 38. There's a marker down at the 40.
Tight coverage, and there is a penalty flag down.
41 seconds until the half.
Gerald Vaughn's playing tonight. Sorry, John, because Matt Finley, their regular linebacker, was hurt last week, not in the lineup tonight. So they've chosen to go with 6
Major
defensive
foul.
backs and play it that way.
Roughness. Defense, number 30. First down.
That's Kenton Leonard, the left halfback.
Yeah, what they're getting called on is really hammering the inside receivers of the Argonauts as they leave the line of scrimmage. Interference penalty and now a roughing penalty to Leonard.
41 seconds till halftime. Tracy Ham tries to answer the last scoring drive by the Stampeders. McAdoo again. Submarine by Hasselbach.
Quickly by the front line of
Alondro Johnson also in on the tackle.
2 yards.
Maybe 2 yards for McAdoo.
The first with his helmet in there. Harold Hasselbach, number 95.
He was an Eastern All-Star in 1989 with 11 touchdowns for the Tiger Cats.
7 carries already tonight for Derek McAdoo, 47 yards rushing. I think if you had asked not only him but Darrell Davis before the game, would you be happy with that at halftime? I think he would have said yes. Boy, he was happy to be back in the lineup. Getting married this weekend.
Yeah, so he can't play in
Saskatchewan.
the Saskatchewan game because he's home getting married on Saturday.
I guess that's more important.
Well, I would think so.
Well, I guess
there's another game
for the fiance anyway.
To the future Mrs. McAdoo, an awful lot more important.
Derek, you've got a lot of games left. You only get married once, hopefully.
Yeah. Second down and 8 at their own 37.
3 receivers to the near side for Tracy Ham. 2nd and 8. Ham tries to find someone open. And now runs. He's close to a first down over the Stampeder bench. A little desperation run for Tracy Ham. Still 28 seconds on the clock. And he will have a first down. 9 yards for Ham. He needed 8.
I don't think people realize how fast Tracy Ham is. He's a glider as a runner. Watch that stride there. I mean, he is a beautiful runner. Doesn't exert a lot of extra energy when he runs. Just that great gliding stride.
28 seconds till halftime. The Argos have a chance to put a couple more points on the board. 4 receivers to the far side of the field. And onto the coverage. Clark makes the catch. He's out at the 55. Will be just short of the first down. 21 seconds till the half.
Robert Clark did the smart thing, caught the ball, got the maximum yardage he could get out of it, and then got out of bounds to stop the clock. So there's still 21 seconds left. Robert Clark, of course, and Mouse Davis were together with the Detroit Lions back in 1991 when they had the then famous Silver Stretch offense, they called it. A little different name for the run and shoot.
For the run and shoot. We talked about Kip Lewis, who was with Mouse Davis, number 83, also a new Argo receiver on the right side. He's the slot back, and he played with Mouse in the World League.
Yeah, he was with Mouse in New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah.
Dale Davis, what a great guy he is, and he has had success, well documented throughout his career with this type of offense. Of course, you know, you look back to the Argo teams, 82, 83, that were successful with it. He had Terry Greer, Cedric Minter, Emmanuel Tolbert, Paul Pearson, Conridge Holloway, Joe Barnes. I mean, hey, that was a talented group to really exploit the true value of this offense.
And back then, when they instituted it, it did take a little bit of time to get rolling for the Argos back in 82.
Yeah, you bet it did.
They blitz on Tracy Ham, and there's nowhere that time. 18 seconds left in the first half, and everybody was in the Argonaut backfield.
And that's why Calgary is just so tough to play against and beat. You know, you've been moving the ball a little bit, and then they get into a critical situation. Who comes hard? Will Johnson, number 81. He picks up the sack. But that's the true feature of this team, that they always seem to make the big play at the right time.
Second sack of the game for the Calgary Stampeders.
You saw that graphic, 52. That's his 53rd sack. He's played 64 lifetime games. Not a bad average.
That is absolutely terrific. 20 sacks allowed by the Argonaut offensive line so far this season. 18 coming into the game. And that hasn't made it easy on Tracy Ham and the rest of the Argo backs trying to learn this run and shoot and make it work effectively. All the changes the Argos have had to make along the offensive line.
Yeah, it's tough to read defenses when somebody's right in your face all the time.
Miscue and a loose ball recovered, I believe, by the Argos. 15 seconds to go to halftime. McAdoo coming up with the ball. Ham had a little difficulty with the exchange from Blaine Schmidt.
Well, I guess there is a good news side to this. In the last minute of the first half, Toronto kept the ball long enough that Doug Flutie, when he gets it back, probably will have no time. In fact, they will run out the clock right here. They won't even punch.
Zeros on the clock. Ham holds on.
Ham takes the snap.
And no markers anywhere. So it's halftime at McMahon. The Argos trailing the Calgary.
It again, and before you know it, your wall looks like a dartboard. Forget those nails, forget those screws, forget those damaged walls forever. Introducing the Does It Handy Hanger. Nothing does it like Does It. Just place a handy disc on the applicator and watch the special adhesive heat up. Press it on the wall, and that's it. Use the Does It Handy Hanger on painted walls, on wood paneling, on wallpaper. As the adhesive cools, it creates a molecular bond that safely holds up to 10 pounds and more. But the patented handy hanger can be removed as easily as it attaches without leaving any mark at all. A nail in ceramic tile? Forget it. But does it on tile. It even does it on glass. And look, your Does It Handy Hanger also comes with these utility hooks. Use them in the kitchen to hang oven mitts and even pots and pans. Use them in the bathroom for towels and your blow dryer. Use them in the bedroom to hang your bathrobe. In your living
living room for curtain tiebacks, in your shed for tools, on your patio for plants. Does it easily, everywhere. Stop banging nails in your walls, drilling monster holes for hollow wall anchors, and forget those peel and stick hooks. They won't hold your breath, and look at the marks they make. That wall is ruined, but Handy Hanger can be removed cleanly from any surface. Amazing! You get the Does It electric applicator, 10 handy discs, 10 utility hooks, and the handy disc remover, all for $19.95. Order your Does It Handy Hanger now.
For rush delivery, call 1-800-527-9100. That's 1-800-527-9100. Or send $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping to Does It Handy Hanger, P.O. Box 667, Department 246, Georgetown, Connecticut 06829. Order now. Call 1-800-527-9100.
Calgary leading by 8 at halftime here at McMahon Stadium as the Stamps look to go to 4-0 and keep their perfect July record intact under head coach Wally Buono. Well, what happened this week in the CFL? Well, the Sacramento Gold Miners got their first victory. There were plenty of close finishes, and oh yeah, the league got a 10th team. For the first time, there'll be a dime of teams in the league.
We have decided to award a franchise in the Canadian Football League to Las Vegas Major League Sports, Inc.
Monday in Vancouver, Larry Smith welcomed Nick Maletti and his Las Vegas group to the CFL.
Nick Maletti presented a very good case, has himself organized, and of course everything was tic-tac-toe because we completed all the signing, all the financial transactions are done, and the money's in the bank. So it's a nice sense of, I guess, accomplishment.
The team will play here at the 32,000-seat Silver Bowl, a stadium operated by the University of Nevada. In addition to Las Vegas, Smith also says the CFL is still looking to add 2 more teams for 1994. In other news, well, Sacramento won its first game ever with a 37-26 win over Saskatchewan. David Archer highlighted the win with his 90-yard touchdown pass to Titus Dixon. But the play of the week had to be this 99-yard punt return from Gizmo Williams of the Edmonton Eskimos.
Here goes the Giz. So long.
Not bad at all, but how about this for excitement? Friday night in Winnipeg, the Blue Bombers down by 5, just 4 seconds left. That's when Matt Dunnigan hit Alan Boyko. 27 yards, Winnipeg over Ottawa, make the final 21-18. Another guy that can provide all kinds of excitement was at it again Saturday night in Vancouver. Stampeders quarterback Doug Flutie, passing for more than 400 yards as Calgary beat the Lions 34-20. The Stampeders are improving their record to a perfect 3-0.
Coming up next, a TSN Sports Update. You're watching the CFL Live from Calgary on TSN.
Success in life is the result of preparation and having the right tools. To become the person you've always wanted to be, select Nordic Flex Gold. You provide the effort, and Nordic Flex Gold provides the means to your personal success. You want to develop the poise, confidence, and energy that come from a strong, toned body. And like these people, you can have that body in just 12 weeks with Nordic Flex Gold. Some people spend a lifetime wishing for a great body. Now with Nordic Flex Gold, you can unlock your potential in as little as 12 weeks. Nordic Flex Gold features linear motion and a patented isokinetic resistance system, providing results faster and more efficiently than with other strength training systems. Now is the time to act. Great muscle tone, accelerated fat loss, increased energy, as well as poise and confidence can all be yours in just 12 weeks with Nordic Flex Gold. To order or for more information, call now.
Ryan Weber with the new sport update. The kid just a swing away from baseball history. Ken Griffey Jr. with a grand slam off Kevin Tapani to extend his home run streak to 7 games. He can tie the mark shared by Dale Long and Don Mattingly Wednesday against the Twins. If it's sports you want, then it's new sports news 24 hours a day, coming October 1st.
Baseball season is always exciting, not only here at Yankee Stadium, but all around the country. Now you could be a big part of the action and get paid for it, too. The Pro Image Umpiring Academy's SOS programs are training high school students and adults to become top-notch umpires at various levels, and even provides evaluations for those who seek a pro umpiring career. From Little League to college to your dream, Pro Image makes it easy with as much as $90 per game as the payoff. Hey! Call Pro Image. Hey, you never know.
Hi, everybody. Pleased to welcome you to our control center. I'm Michael Landsberg. When we went on the game with the football game, we couldn't quite show you the conclusion of the Andre Agassi match against Patrick McEnroe, so let's do that for you right now. Actually, no contest. That's the number 11 seed Agassi. That's Patrick McEnroe. Looks a little bit like Bjorn Borg, doesn't he? And he actually is playing like Bjorn Borg is playing these days as well. Gets smoked on the ace by Agassi. Agassi wins the first set 6-1. Controlled the rest of the way. We go to match point now. McEnroe pressuring Agassi, but Agassi loves the baseline shot. It's an offensive lob and a beauty. 6-1, 6-4. Andre Agassi beats Patrick McEnroe. Here's one of the matches of the day. Canadian hopeful Greg Rusetsky taking on Aaron Krickstein in second-round action. Rusetsky with a big overhand smash. He won the first set 6-5. Krickstein took the second set. A great third set now. Rusetsky regains control with the ace. He leads at 5-2, but Krickstein's an experienced veteran. He comes back. Gets a lucky break off the let cord. It lands in for a point. Krickstein trails at 5-4. Now to match point for Rusetsky. Now, that's very interesting. He thought that he had won the match. He thought the serve was in and that he had hit a winner. He did not, and unfortunately, Rusetsky could not close it out from there. Krickstein comes back to win 6-4, 3-6, 7-5. All the details coming up on Sports Desk. That comes your way at 12:30 Eastern after the football game.
Drive your ball into orbit when you tee off with the Hot One. Warning, the Hot One will travel faster and farther than any other golf ball on the planet. Some say the Hot One flies too far.
I've cut 10 strokes off my game with the Hot One, but nobody knows why, because the name on the ball is different.
The Hot One does not conform to USGA rules. It's smaller and heavier than other balls, and its secret core and advanced dimple design make it fly faster and farther. The Hot One can help you drive the green on a par 4 and shoot the lowest score of your life.
I broke 80 with the Hot One.
Call the number on your screen now and receive your trial pack of 3 Hot Ones for only $9.95. Plus, you'll also get free a $10 Pocket Pro, a proven guide for on-the-course help. If the Hot One doesn't out-hit your current ball, send them back for a guaranteed refund, but keep the $10 Pocket Pro as your free gift. Put the heat on the competition. Order the Hot One now. What's all the excitement about? Yes. News, sport, scores, and more around the clock when you want it. Sports news, sports views. On October 1st, you can see it here now or see it there later. 24-hour sports news. News Sport.
Halftime at McMahon on the CFL Live with the Calgary Stampeders leading the Toronto Argos by 8. It's 18-10. The Argos had some opportunities, but Doug Flutie had a pretty darn good first half.
Oh, Johnny had a fabulous half, 18-24, 234 yards, a couple of touchdown passes. I think for Flutie, the most impressive statistics, he has now gone 14 quarters without throwing an interception.
And this is his 10th touchdown pass of the season to David Sapunjas,
who had a pretty good half himself, 5 catches, 55 yards, including this 19-yard touchdown here. He makes a nice move to get away. And David Sapunjas, you know, you have to love his production. That he has 26 catches on the season, 5 for touchdowns. I mean, that's not bad when you got a receiver that scores every 5 times he touches the ball.
Now, the Argos closer than many would have thought, and they're pointing to a couple of almost interceptions in the Toronto executive suite down the hall. It might have got them a little bit closer.
Might have turned the half around a little bit. Corus Irvin had a great chance. Andrew Thomas had a great chance. And, boy, that's what Toronto's going to have to do in the second half. I think they played a good first half, but it's a long way to go.
It is a long way to go against the Stampeders at McMahon in Calgary when Doug Flutie is hot, and he has been that so far tonight.
Hockey fans, NHL Home Video presents 50 great goals.
Bobby Orr behind the net to Sanderson. Orr! Bobby Orr!
This action-packed home video has hockey's winning goals, hockey's breathtaking moves, and hockey's superstars making super plays. All this can be yours in 50 great goals, the ultimate hockey video. To order for just $14.95 plus $4 shipping, use your credit card and call this toll-free number. See hockey's greatest players and hockey's greatest moments all jam-packed into the new home video 50 Great Goals. Call now. To order for $14.95 plus $4 shipping, send check or money order to this address. Or use your credit card and call 1-800-899-6521. That's 1-800-899-6521.
The Argos put up some decent numbers in the opening half, but the Calgary Stampeders are better in just about every department, including turnovers. But look at the time of possession lead, 18-24 to 11-36, and you can't win if you don't have the football.
Boy, that's so true. And the last 3 Calgary possessions in that second quarter, they chewed up a lot of time on that clock and got 17 points out of it. So, you know, when you're doing that, I mean, you're scoring points and you're keeping the other team off the field. I don't think you can diagram a game strategy any better than that.
Here's one you haven't heard before. Half, he's bored. Toronto's playing too much zone defense. He doesn't like it very much. So I wish they play some man-to-man, give us a challenge. But I guarantee you this, Wally Buono is not bored. He really gave it to his team at halftime. And even though they're leading, Wally's not too happy with the way they're playing. And you would expect them, especially defensively, to be a little more crisp here in the second half, guys.
Yeah, I would expect that. And when you're looking at the quick turnaround for the Calgary Stampeders, that was one factor that the Stampeder coaching staff was a little worried about, but more so a little complacency when you meet a team that is looking for its first win. The numbers on Tracy Ham, 119 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and Flutie has the 2 touchdowns. No interceptions tonight. No interceptions through the first 3.5 games.
It's interesting. We had a little clip with Flutie earlier in the game, and he said, hey, this is the first time in a long time that I've had the same group and the same system 2 years in a row to work with. And I think that really shows in the fact that he has not thrown an interception. Last year, beginning the season, new team and all the hoopla that he was going to be the savior to take them to the cup. He forced a lot of balls early and had interception problems in the first half a dozen games in 1992. This year, completely different story, and someone we haven't talked much about tonight has to be their offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, John Huffnagel, who calls all the plays for Doug Flutie. And, boy, you look at reasons why this is a successful offense, and right at the top of the list with Flutie is John Huffnagel.
Yeah, Flutie loves the system, the way he plays it with John Huffnagel, calling from the sidelines. Flutie obviously has the ability to check off if something changes at the line of scrimmage, but Huffnagel and Flutie are a pretty good combination.
Well, when John Huffnagel played, he had one of the great minds of all the quarterbacks that played this game and understanding and dissecting defenses. So why not use his ability to carry that over into his coaching days and do that through a Doug Flutie.
An 8-point difference as we get the second half underway. Calgary leading Toronto 18-10. And this is Derek McAdoo in his first game for the Argos. Decent returns, took a pretty good hit from Kenton Leonard, number 30. And then he was pinned by Raymond Biggs, a newcomer, making his second appearance for the Calgary Stampeders, but his first start, he relieved for Matt Finley last week.
Kind of surprising that play selection, 8-15 rush, 8 pass. And it goes against all the beliefs you've had about a running shoot offense, and all they do is throw. Toronto's kept the game close in doing so.
Pressure on Tracy Ham. He's down for the 3rd time tonight. That's Will Johnson. the first Stampeder through.
Will Johnson.
And that's Will Johnson's second sack of the season.
And this is the problem with the run and shoot. If it's not there quickly and those offensive linemen can't hold the blocks, Tracy Ham's going to be in trouble. Will Johnson with his second sack of the night, and Chris Green just could not handle him for that quick 3 count or 2 count, and Johnson was right there on Ham.
A loss of 2 on the third Argo sack of Tracy Ham. Not a sack, but Ham is caught quickly by Will Johnson again. We read it just about perfectly.
Well, Johnson makes the perfect play, fakes like he's going to go for the pitch man, and that means Tracy Ham has to turn it upfield, and then he's cagey enough to come back in and make the play. That's why he is truly an all-Canadian, not only a great pass rusher, but understands how to play the run equally as well.
Doing a punt, here's Hank Alisic for the Argos. He's been booming them at McMahon Stadium. And this is Derek Crawford, chased back to his 15. Crawford gets 1 block and a decent return of 15 yards out to the 30 after a 57-yard boomer by Hank Alisic. Jeff Croonan leading the Argo tacklers. Well, do you think there's enough of a challenge for Doug Flutie in the second half here?
Well, I know he doesn't like playing against a lot of zone defense because he has to be so patient, but he has been tonight. The production from his 2 inside receivers, 8 catches between them.
Yeah, and almost even again in yards. First and 10 Stampeders beginning this drive at the 30. Flutie for Crawford. Caught almost immediately by Reggie Pleasant.
And that's an extremely tough play for the cornerback. He's got a blocker shooting in on him just as he's going up to try and make the play, but Reggie Pleasant, that's the second time he's read that quick screen to the wide receiver very quickly and up and alert and making the play. When you hold that to a 3-yard gain, you've done a good job as a defense.
And Peters living a little more with the pass. Better than 2-1. Shotgun, Flutie on 2nd and 7. Tight coverage by Corus Irvin on Pee Wee Smith.
Close coverage by number 24, Corus Irvin. The incompletion brings up 3rd down.
Here's Corus Irvin. Watch how he backpedals and reads Flutie's eyes and then comes up, and he is all over Pee Wee Smith as he runs the hook and tries to make the catch, but Flutie getting nicely to the outside. Easy to see his receiver. Corus Irvin just made a great defensive play, and boy, they're going to need a lot of those tonight to keep themselves close in this game and in fact try and win.
Martino's punt. Taken by Wally Zatilny. Markers are down. Zatilny has a little room, and he's caught by his bootstraps. After an 8-yard return, a 41-yard punt. Mark Pierce, a rookie in the Stampeder special team alignment, making the tackle. Stamps lead at 18-10. This is the CFL Live.
After you shave, now there's comfort to the power of 3. It's new soothing Edge Aftershave with 3 soothing formulas for 3 specific skin types. An aloe formula that's alcohol-free to soothe sensitive skin. Extra moisturizers to soothe if your skin is dry. And a cool vitamin E splash for normal skin. Soothing better than ever with the power of 3. New Edge Aftershave skincare for men. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
When Michael McCarthy was the director of player personnel in Hamilton, he brought in running back Derek McAdoo, who enjoyed a couple of good years in the CFL. Looking for more help at running back, the now GM of the Argos went back to McAdoo, who's playing tonight.
Well, Derek, I think everybody remembers the season he had in '89. Was an exceptional player. I think he probably could have been an Eastern outstanding player, but I think we had Tony Champion that year. Had a fantastic year when I was with Hamilton. Derek had been living in Hamilton. We had Butch Hadnot with us, who we deleted to make a roster move a week ago, and Butch decided to go sign in the National Football League with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Derek was, we didn't know if we were going to need him or not, but I brought him in just in case, and he was in fantastic shape, and the coaches were really impressed with his ability. He told me he was in shape, and he doesn't look like he's lost a step. He's a little bit thicker and a little bit stronger than he was a couple years ago.
Hasn't played in the CFL since 1991. In fact, week 3 of 91, but he's not looking too rusty so far tonight, Leaf.
I think 7 carries for 47 yards is terrific for him in the first half. I've been impressed with the way Toronto's been able to run the football fairly effectively here.
Penalty on the punt return sets the Argos up right at midfield. Ham stands in, looks deep, and fired too far for Robert Clark.
Over the top. Intended for number 89.
Who drew 2 Calgary defenders on a long romp toward the end zone, including Carl Anthony.
You know, it's funny for Tracy Ham tonight. The times that he has had a lot of time to throw the football, he's missed his receivers. Now, it almost appears as though he's expecting to get quick pressure and have to bail out, because he had Robert Clark open on that occasion and one time earlier in the game, and really wasn't too close with his pass.
Clark 2 receptions for 18 yards. His wide receiver spot so far. His 3rd start for the Argos. He had a shoulder problem and missed week 2. And man open down the far side, and he overthrew him. It was Larry Willis. Coverage supplied by Kenton Leonard. And it's 2, and bring on Hank Olisic again for the Argos. 3rd and 10.
It's funny to me, the run and shoot years ago used to be an offense where it was a high percentage passing offense. Quick passes, quick reads by the wide receivers. But here in the second half, Tracy Ham has gone away from a little of that and decided to air it out a little more and go for the home run, and missed 2 in a row.
Hank Olisic having a not bad evening, averaging at 54. Another great kick by Olisic. It bounces into the end zone. Pee-wee Smith fields it there and gives up a single point. So Olisic continues to boom them. That is a 64-yard single for Hank Olisic. And it's a 7-point ball game at 18-11. Gordon?
Well, it looks like Dennis Meyer will be going to the bullpen as Mike Kerrigan warms up on the sidelines. Remember when Tracy Ham got hurt in the BC game at Skydome? Kerrigan came in and moved the offense neatly. So Dennis Meyer goes to the bench and tries to see if Mike Kerrigan gets things going while his team is still in the football game.
Interesting, when people think about the run and shoot, often they think that the quarterback has to run the football, and you wouldn't look at a Mike Kerrigan with that kind of ability, but it's not really that at all. You run the ball with your running backs and have a quarterback who can read quickly. On the run, Flutie for Alan Pitts. He's near midfield and forced out at the 53. Andrew Thomas stops Pitts after an 18-yard gain.
Boy, Doug Flutie and his 2 inside guys, Sapunjas and Pitts, do such a super job. Watch Pitts now. He sees the open hole in the zone. There, he just kind of settles into it. Doug Flutie reads it perfectly. Flutie, all he's doing is throwing into an open area, and he expects Pitts to be there, and he was. And boy, the chemistry that he has developed with his receivers is just uncanny in 2 years.
An 18-yard gain, 1st and 10. Stampeders out near the 53 now.
This is kind of critical for the Argonauts. Andrew Thomas is down here. Dave Van Bellingham, the normal safety, could not play tonight because he has come down with the flu. So that only leaves 2, Brian McCurdy and Andrew Thomas. And the scheme that the Argos have employed tonight is to use 6 defensive backs against Calgary. So if Thomas is out, you know, this is going to hurt them. They'll have to go back to the normal 3 linebacker, 5 defensive back system.
Thomas being attended to by the Argo medical staff. 1993 Football is Fun Ball program continues. CFL's Football Fun Ball program takes place on Monday, August 2nd in Edmonton at Toronto. In Edmonton, registration begins at Varsity Field, University of Alberta campus. In Toronto, registration at 10 a.m. at the West Soccer Field at High Park. Open to people 18 years of age and over. Football is Fun Ball, a program for the national grassroots participation in football. Dennis Meyer has had an awful lot of injuries in his secondary so far this season. This week he's playing, or was planning to play, without Enos Jackson. And then, as Leaf mentioned, just before the game, Dave Van Bellingham was announced as a no-starter because of the flu that has been a problem in the Argo dressing room.
So that means Brian McCurdy, number 16, who's number 3 on the depth chart at middle safety now, is in the middle in that Argonaut secondary.
Yeah, he's a native of Windsor, playing in his first CFL season. And I think Flutie might know that. Keevan Jenkins across midfield to about the 53 of the Argos, a 4-yard gain.
For the Stampeders, he makes a gain of almost 5 yards. Number 37.
Brian McCurdy went to Northern Arizona. So a baptism under tough game conditions right now. It's a close ball game. Argo's down by just 7.
Yeah, it's tough for 2 reasons. On 2nd and long, they want to employ a 6 defensive back scheme, and they just run out of bodies.
Pitts was the intended receiver, and Flutie was off the mark.
Alan Pitts, incomplete, covered
Kevin Whitley, who's making his pro debut tonight.
Toronto Argonauts coming with a little, coming with a little extra pressure. There's number 38 right in the middle of your screen. Now watch. Let it run, and Keevan Jenkins, number 23, sees it, recognizes, meets him right in the hole, and boy, you sit at home on TV and you wonder, why does Doug Flutie always have so much time to throw? Well, that's exactly why. They do the little things properly. Keevan Jenkins, the whole package, can run, catch, and he picks up the blitz nicely.
Are the deep men for
Tony Martino. Across his 45 to get a high kick away. Pinball Clemens waiting for it at the 10. Penalty markers are down. Argos were within 5 yards. Will Moore might have been the closest Stampeder to pinball there. A 10-yard return after a 42-yard punt. So the Argos will come up with decent field position as a result.
If you've ever struggled with a handheld trimmer, you'll love this revolutionary new kind of trimmer on wheels. Just look how easy it rolls on those 2 big wheels and glides in any direction on this front-mounted mobile. It's perfect for trimming around rocks, along fences, buildings, sidewalks, and in all those hard-to-reach corners. The new DR is also a mower. It cuts tall grass, waist-high weeds, even wet grass and rough areas with never-before ease. There's no steel blade to bend or dull. You'll just love what the DR Trimmer Mower can do for you and your property. A big color catalog is just $2. Call toll-free 1-800-238-3100. That's 1-800-238-3100 for your big color catalog all about the revolutionary DR Trimmer on wheels.
Enter the former Tiger Cat Mike Kerrigan into the Argo backfield. 22 of 41, 301 yards in brief appearances so far in 1993. 1 interception, 2 touchdowns.
Well, Mike Kerrigan's a good guy for this system. You know, everybody remembers his glory days in Hamilton. A 3-step passer, gets rid of the ball extremely fast. So in his brief playing time with the Argonauts this year, I think he's played very well. And well, now all you got to do is get Wally Zatilny in there, too, because the last time these 2 played against the BC Lions, Zatilny had 6 catches for over 100 yards. The problems mount for the Toronto secondary as Jonathan Wilson is slow to get up and off the field, and they are running out of bodies.
Yeah,
here.
they're out now because Andrew Thomas is already out of the game on the sidelines unless he can come back, but Wilson might be able to get back too.
This is when Dennis Myers starts going up and back and forth along the bench, starting to ask the receivers, which one of you guys played defensive back in college a little bit? Get your back pedal ready.
Well, we'll see what kind of an adjustment he has to make. Maybe Wilson can get back into the Argos secondary. Meantime, the spotlight for the Argos belongs to Mike Kerrigan. First down from the 25, Kerrigan. On target for Paul Mazzotti. It'll be a first down, a big gain for the
quarterback of the Argonauts, number 12, Mike
for the Argos.
Kerrigan.
Greg Knox making the
his
tackle.
pass is complete.
Mazzotti the
Number
catch.
88, Paul Mazzotti.
Jonathan Wilson rolled his ankle. They say he'll be out a couple of series. I asked a couple of the Argos who goes in now. They kind of shrugged their shoulders and said, beats me. Everybody else is down.
Well, in the meantime, if Kerrigan can control the football a little bit, everyone can get a little healthier on the Argo bench. A 19-yard gain. Argos 1st and 10 at the Toronto 46. Kerrigan has time. Now the rush comes. He got it away. No catch at the 50-yard line. Kerrigan barely got it away as Laird put the pressure on. Clark was the intended receiver, number 89.
Yeah, and this is the problem that the Argonaut offense has when Mike Kerrigan's in. You know, if plan A is going well, like the three-step boom, get rid of it quickly, they're okay. But when he has to improvise and try and outrun defensive linemen, that's when the trouble starts. He just does not have the speed to do it.
2nd and 10 for Kerrigan and the Argos. They're down by a touchdown to the Calgary Stampeders. Midway through the 3rd quarter at McMahon. 4 receivers to the near side for Kerrigan. Back against the flow, and he dishes it out to McAdoo, who stopped short of a first down. Marvin Pope, number 91, saved the first down. An 8-yard gain, maybe a little bit more, but decision time for the Argos.
Well, I think they got to take a shot at it on 3rd down here. Nicely designed play. McAdoo, he gets Blaine Schmidt out in front, but Marvin Pope with exceptional speed cuts underneath the blockers, makes the good hit. The Argos will come up about a yard short, but in a critical game like this, you're trying to get your season sorted out. I think they have to take the gamble.
Yeah, they are going for it. They'll have to get across the 55-yard line, and it should be a first down.
Kerrigan carries straight ahead and is very close to the stick. And they will move the
Hamilton Tiger Cats are the team to catch in the CFL's East Division right now. Ticats in a walk so far, unbeaten in 3. And the Calgary Stampeders have equaled that record, with Edmonton just 2 points back.
Sacramento with their first win of the season last week as they beat the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Ticats in Winnipeg. In Hamilton tomorrow night. Paul Mazzotti on first down has about 4 in front of Junior Thurman.
Paul Mazzotti, but he is quickly corralled by Calgary's number 2, Junior Thurman.
Boy, for the run and shoot to be effective, you got to get good blocks at the point of attack in your pass blocking. Chris Green right there, well, a little extra push in the face there. That's not too legal, but he didn't get called for it. But Chris Green is really under the gun. He's trying to fill some awfully large shoes, literally. The absence of Chris Schultz on that left side, and he did a nice job on one of the tougher defensive ends in the league, Will Johnson.
Mazzotti's gain is marked at 5. Markers are down, and Kerrigan will likely be penalized for taking too long on 2nd and 5. Procedure call going against the Argos. Bit of a tough break there. This was a decent march.
Procedure. Offense number 61. Still second.
Derek McAdoo has to check out for a couple of plays after getting kicked in the knee, so the pinball gets his chance to play now. And the Argos keep getting nicked like this, they're going to have to start recruiting from the stands.
But don't forget, Gord, they travel tomorrow to Regina, too. They have to play Saturday night in Saskatchewan. So, you know, it's really imperative that they try and keep everybody healthy.
On 2nd and 10, Kerrigan for the pinball. Trapped near the 50. Caught by Alondra Johnson.
Right on top of number 51, Alondra Johnson.
And the pinball comes up way short of a first down after making the catch.
And this is why Calgary, again, is so tough. Their team speed. Here's Alondra Johnson coming all the way from the middle out to chase a very quick Mike Clements. He's there as the ball arrives, and boy, defense does not get any better than that. But the Calgary's team speed, just astounding.
Simply nowhere to go for Mike Clemens, and look at the numbers for Olisic. 56.8. Last punt went for a single. This one taken at the 5 by Pee Wee Smith. Good coverage by Argo special teams. 45-yard punts, 13-yard return. 5:41 to go, 3rd quarter. It's Calgary by a touchdown.
The love of a child lives in the heart of each seeing eye dog. For generations, 4-H children and their families have raised seeing eye puppies during the pup's formative first year, giving affection, discipline, and worldly experience pups could never get in a kennel. These gifts of love are always returned, first to the children, and finally, to us.
For information about puppy raising, call the Seeing Eye.
Thanks, puppy raisers.
The $64,000 question in the CFL is, how do you stop Calgary's $1 million quarterback, Doug Flutie? Many have tried and many have failed, but one guy who's seen him a lot is Argo linebacker Don Moen.
Yeah, well, the key is no, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that you have to somehow get to Doug Flutie, and to get to Doug Flutie is not necessarily to be hitting him. We got to give him some different looks. We got to give him put some doubt into his mind as to whether we're playing man, whether we're playing zone, whether we're coming, whether we're dropping, what we're doing. So we're going to do our very best to put some doubt into his mind, and the second thing you have to do is you have to stop the receivers. They got probably they do have the best set of receivers in the league, and so we're just going to have to play from a secondary perspective with a great deal of confidence in our abilities, because as soon as you start playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win, that's where you get into trouble. So we're just going to go out and we're going to play the defensive football that I think we're capable of playing, and we'll see where the chips lay when it's said and done.
Don Moen grew up just down the road from Calgary in Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, he has played 194 games in a row, and that is a very, very impressive statistic, and obviously a very impressive career for him.
The 8th longest streak in CFL history as it stands right now. 1st and 10. Andrew Thomas is back in the Argo secondary. Stampeders from the 17. Too far for Derek Crawford.
Looking for number 83, Derek Crawford. Over his head, incomplete.
And Doug Flutie would like to have that one over again. The Argos made a mistake in coverage. Crawford was open, and he just couldn't hit him.
Second and 10 for Flutie and the Stampeders. Back at the 17, Derek Crawford, Pee Wee Smith, the wide receivers, Sapunjas and Pitts are inside. 6 receivers out for Flutie. One hopped it to Alan Pitts, and an opportunity for the Argos one more time to pick it off.
Well, the Toronto Argonauts are doing their best to frustrate Doug Flutie. They know he doesn't really care for playing against his zone all night long because he has to be so patient and find the open seam short. So the last couple of throws, one he missed. The Argos were lucky, but that time they squeezed down the lane to Alan Pitts, and Doug Flutie short hopped it.
Argos are hanging in with 5:02 to play in the 3rd quarter. Calgary leading by a touchdown. Martino high. Wally Zatilny dropped it, and there's a penalty marker down. Loose ball picked up by Calgary. Ken Watson comes up with the loose ball, but I think the penalty is against the Argos. And now another marker comes down near the Calgary 30.
And now there's another one down at the point of the rumble.
Well, the crowd's excited, but this one will definitely come back. They encroached on Wally Zatilny right there. A number of players too close. The fun starts, but it really doesn't matter because the Toronto will retain possession and actually should have it in great field position. And the defense playing as well as it is, I think really imperative for Mike Kerrigan to try and get at least a field goal or something on this drive.
Jake Ireland is in charge of proceedings in an 18-11 ball game with the Stampeders in front of the Argos.
No yards. Kicking team, number 38. Major foul. Face mask. Receiving team, number 30. First down.
And that first down will be just inside the Calgary 50-yard line at the 49. Mazzati to the near side. Robert Clark, wide receiver, far side of the field. Here's Kerrigan. Down the far sideline, looking for Clark, or for Lewis, Kip Lewis, number 83.
For number 83, Kip Lewis, but it's just out of
Ken Leonard plays a very physical inside safety. You see Lewis complaining about the bumping going on, but Leonard's been called once for it tonight, but that time they don't, the referees obviously didn't figure he bumped him enough. But for Mike Kerrigan, hey, the defense has played a whale of a game. Calgary's only scored 18 points. They average 42 a game, and well, I think the offense really has to take a cue from their defense and turn it up a notch here and try and get them back into this one.
Second and 10. Kerrigan has a man open, and that's Clark racing toward the end zone, caught there by Greg Knox. Clark got behind Carl Anthony. 44 yards for the Argos. Big play.
Huge play and a nice pattern for Robert Clark. He had some great years with the Detroit Lions, and watch, he runs to post here, and he gets inside Carl Anthony. Carl Anthony gavels right here. He tries to go over the top. He misses. Clark with a nice concentration and big catch. And, you know, as I suggested, the offense has to take a cue from the defense and turn it up. And big plays like that will get you back in the game in a hurry.
44 yards to Robert Clark. His third reception of the game. He now has 62, but it sets the Argos up. First and goal to go at the Stampeders 5. Kerrigan rolling and looking. Kip Lewis was the intended receiver, and Kerrigan missed. Kenton Leonard covering on Kip Lewis.
Kerrigan really wanted to hit Lewis quickly in the flat, but Kenton Leonard hanging on there, a little bit of a tug on the jersey. He's lucky he didn't get called on that one.
Argos second and goal at the Stampeder 5. Kerrigan looks to the near side. Thurman covering on Mazzotti. And that was a bit of a struggle down there as well.
Well, Mazzotti working against Junior Thurman, one of the best cover guys as corners in the league. All-Canadian 2 years in a row, and Junior Thurman doesn't lose too many battles, and that was the case on this one, too. So the Argos get the big play down to the 5, but on 2 consecutive plays cannot get it into the end zone. And the good news is they have an opportunity for 3 and tighten this game down a touch, but you know Mike Kerrigan wanted to get the touchdown after that big catch by Robert Clark.
Lance Chomick working on a perfect evening. Looks to go 2 for 2, and he does. As the Argos cut the margin to 4 points, 18-14. Calgary leading Toronto. 7 would have been nice, but 3 points is better than nothing, and a fairly impressive march for the Argos. A 44-yard toss from Kerrigan to Robert Clark set up the best opportunity for Dennis Meyer and company.
The number is 8-5.
This is game 1 of week 4, and we'll continue along the CFL road to British Columbia with the Ottawa Rough Riders and the Lions. 10:30 Eastern on Friday nights.
The BC Lions sitting at 2-2, and Ottawa Rough Riders, boy, for them, if games were 58 minutes long, they'd be undefeated.
A couple of tough losses for Rob Smeltzer and company. Here's Sapunjas having a first down on the toss from Flutie. Brian Hilt making the stop for the Argos.
It's funny how this game has gone. I mean, Calgary, you know, coming in obviously a huge favorite, and they just have not been able to shake the Toronto Argonauts tonight. The defense has played well, and Wally Buono and Tom Higgins, the offensive line coach, trying to maybe sort out a better plan for Calgary in the second half to try and get a little better than a 4-point lead.
12-yard gain for Sapunjas. Another first down for the Stampeders. Pitts was the intended receiver over the middle, and he was surrounded by Argos. Flutie was slightly off the mark. 2:05 remaining third quarter. It's a 4-point game.
Pitts has had some success tonight with that in across the middle. That time couldn't squeeze it in as Brian McCurdy was bearing down from that free safety spot on him.
Second down and 10, Stampeders.
Pee-wee Smith to the near side. Derek Crawford far side of the field with 2 other receivers. 6 receivers in for Flutie, who stands in and looks over the middle. Pitts makes the catch this time, and that'll be a Calgary first down. Ken Benson, the stop on Alan Pitts.
This is the offense where 3 receivers left, 3 receivers right, a lot of people to cover. Alan Pitts just finds the soft spot. I mean, I think this is his forte, you know, good at man-to-man getting open, but he is tremendously adept at finding that open hole and just slowly sitting into it and being a good target for Flutie to find.
14 yards for Pitts, first and 10, Stampeders. Now at the Toronto 49. Draw to Keevan Jenkins. He has been very effective. Another first down. Brian McCurdy had to come over to make the stop. 15 for Keevan. And the Stampeder drive continues.
Good call. Pass, and then go with the draw. 59, Rocco Romano with a great block at the point of attack on Harold Hallman. And as a back, all you could ask for is a decent hole at the point of attack. Keyban Jenkins got it. And the Calgary Stampeders once again are putting a nice march together.
Now at the 35. First down, Flutie. Underthrew his intended receiver. That's Will Moore, number 82.
Moore comes up short. Second down and 10.
Good or great, Doug Flutie would be the difference in this one tonight. Flutie has been good. Not quite great by Flutie standards.
Well, the numbers have been good for Flutie, but the point production hasn't really gone along with it. I think he's kind of in between good and great right now, but...
Well, we got a quarter of football to go, so we'll determine that before it's over. 281 yards thus far for Mr. Flutie. This is second and 10 facing him now. Markers are down as Flutie has Alan Pitts. Andrew Thomas covering on Pitts. There is a marker down.
Offside. Defense number 99.
Boy, you've seen Alan Pitts beat you in the zone. Here's a good look at how he beat you with man-to-man. He had Andrew Thomas to the inside, turned him around, broke it to the corner, and just as he made his break, the ball was on target. Well, they are pretty to watch. When Flutie and Sapungis and Pitts are on target together, that is CFL football at its best.
Penalty is against the Argos, so the 25-yard gain will stand. 6 receptions for Pitts, 117 yards. First and goal to go. Stampeders at the 8. Flutie intended that for Alan Pitts and led him just a little too far.
Once again, the key, though, for Calgary as we close out this third quarter is the time that Doug Flutie gets to throw. I mean, I haven't seen anybody with a hand in his face the entire night. When he gets that kind of time, he'll have a good one.
He'll continue his drive when we return for the fourth quarter on the CFL Live from McMahon.
New Sport, your source for sports, coming this fall. Sports news and information 24 hours a day. More scores and all the highlights. For the world of sports around the clock, you need New Sport. New Sport, 24-hour sports news.
A high cholesterol level is bad for you. On the other hand, there's good cholesterol. Does that remark confuse you too? Because there are many contradictory statements on health thrown at you every day, you need the Wellness Letter, the University of California, Berkeley newsletter on nutrition, fitness, and stress management. Delivered once a month, the Wellness Letter sorts out fact from fiction and makes the confusing understandable. Written in easy-to-read language. It's vital information the whole family can benefit from. Call today for your free issue and also receive free this 48-page book, Wellness Made Easy. 101 tips to start you on the wellness path now. Call 1-800-238-3100. We'll bill you $15 for 11 more issues. If you're not satisfied, return your bill marked cancel. You keep the free issue and the exclusive book, Wellness Made Easy. Call 1-800-238-3100. That's 1-800-238-3100.
The fourth quarter opens.
Ready for the fourth quarter at McMahon and Calgary. Stampeders, second and goal to go at the Argo 8. 4 receivers to the near side. Flutie looks this way. It's knocked down. Pee-wee Smith was the intended receiver, and Flutie misses on an opportunity.
Boy, not many times do you see a team run 4 receivers to the short side of the field, but Calgary tried to create some confusion for Toronto, but Reggie Pleasant was not confused. He came in and gets the hand up on Pee-wee Smith, and that is an outstanding defensive play. And the Argonauts, who defensively for the most part tonight, I think have had a great game, and they tighten and stiffen it down when Calgary's in scoring territory, and so I think it's a pretty good goal line stand.
Mark McLaughlin restores a 7-point lead for the Stampeders at 21-14. But the Argos are hanging tough at McMahon, looking for their first win of the year. Well, the Stampeders look to make it 4 straight. Argos have really had to do a lot with smoke and mirrors here tonight. We told you earlier that Dave Van Bellingham was unable to start at safety, so Andrew Thomas has had to come in. Then there have been injuries in the secondary. There are the numbers through 3 quarters. The Argos narrowing in on that time of possession lead.
Well, I think Toronto's done a good job. Sure, they've given up a lot of yardage, but I think you have to expect that, obviously, against Calgary. But the deal is they've only given up 21 points. And, well, I think if you asked Dennis Meyer before the game, starting the 4th quarter, if you were just trailing by 7, would you be happy? I think he would have said yes.
On first down at the 35.
Inside handoff.
And all you can do from your team is ask your team to put you in a position to win in the 4th quarter, and that's what the Argonauts have done for themselves. As we begin, 13 minutes remaining, trail by 7. Hey, they've still got a great chance to win this game and get their first win of the season.
Hudson was the ball carrier. Zizakovic is the injured Stampeder, number 96, Zreko Zizakovic.
You talk about depth on your team. You look at Calgary with their 2 defensive tackles, Harold Hasselbeck and Stu Laird, and then you throw in Zreko Zizakovic. Say that thing 5 times in a row fast.
And how about his brother, Lubo Zizakovic?
Well, he's in Hamilton, but my point is 3 quality Canadian defensive tackles that can rotate, share the playing time.
Come to a football game and win yourself $4,000. Lucky 50-50 winning ticket number 85 away.
What kind of success has Wally Buono had as the head coach of the Calgary Stampeders? Well, pretty darn good. His record coming into this game, 38-18-1. Of course, the Grey Cup last year, coach of the year last year, 66.7% is his coaching record through regular season games, and he's moving in his 4th year. He'll be the winningest coach in Stampeder history before this is over. Closing in on Goda, Les Lear, Jim Duncan, Bobby Dobbs, and Jerry Williams, who has the record with 46 wins.
Yeah, I'd say it's safe to say with 15 games remaining, he's going to win 5.
Yeah, I think he's going to win 5 with this team. 2nd and 7. Kerrigan has Mazzotti. Great catch. Mazzotti rolled and goes to the end zone, and this will be a touchdown. Paul Mazzotti.
What a heads-up play. He realized when he hit the ground, nobody touched him. He got up and just kept on going. And hey, yeah, well, you should be concerned. You've seen a team turning. Yeah, you should be winning this game, and all of a sudden you're going to be tied up. Hey, give the Argonauts credit. They have really rallied and come up with a tremendous effort tonight.
72 yards. Mike Kerrigan to Paul Mazzotti. Heads up by Mazzotti after stretching out, hitting the turf to make the catch. He got up and trotted to the end zone. A 1-point ball game. Calgary. Now even with the Argos at 21-21. 72 yards. Mazzotti hits the end zone.
And isn't it amazing that when you get time to throw, what good things can happen? Paul Mazzotti with a nice catch there. And, you know, number 8, Greg Knox, touched him, but the official felt it wasn't effective. And Mazzotti gets the touchdown, and we have a tie football game.
Something to be happy about for Dennis Meyer on CFL.
Tennis Week is not recommended for dabblers or dilettantes. It's the Sports Insider publication. There is no such thing as a friendly game to our readers. Tennis Week is full of interviews with the stars, action photos and tournament draws, information you simply can't get anywhere else. We're read first because we come out first. Tennis Week. Serious reading about serious tennis.
It's a gay problem.
It's only in the inner city.
Those drug addicts had to come in.
It's a moral issue.
I could never get it.
One of the biggest challenges in the fight against AIDS is overcoming the myths and prejudices associated with the disease. At the Arthur Ashe Foundation, we're working to help people better understand the truth about AIDS. Because AIDS isn't their problem, it's our problem.
The Arthur Ashe Foundation for the Defeat of AIDS has the support of players worldwide. Now we need yours.
Let's go back and have one more look at Mazzoti's catch. Let it go. Now, you be the judge at home. He catches it. He's down. Does Knox touch him right there?
Number 83,
I think he did.
And number 23, Kevan
anyway,
are the defense
for if you're a Toronto fan, you say, he never touched him. That touchdown's good.
Well, I think he touched him. The rule is there to protect receivers, is it not? So they don't get jumped upon, grounded when they fall under their own steam. He definitely fell by himself. But a quick drive, 2 plays, 75 yards, 34 seconds, 72 yards, Kerrigan. To Mazzotti, it's all even at McMahon Stadium, 21-21. Kevan Jenkins lost it at the 10. Markers are down. Jenkins out to the 22-yard line. .13:05 to play in the fourth quarter, so this should be a great finish.
Illegal block. Return team number 36. First down.
You know, you go back in the game and you look at a few plays and how did they determine the outcome. And I really think that catch by Robert Clark that got Toronto down to about the 8-yard line was probably the biggest play they've had tonight. They only got a field goal out of it, but you know, the defense have been playing really well, slowly shutting Calgary down, and then that big play, just the catch by Clark, seemed to lift the entire team. And now we've got Calgary back in a deep hole and a great chance for the defense to do some damage to Calgary and get the ball back quickly.
First and 10, Stampeders begin at the 10-yard line. Flutie for Jenkins. Don Moen was there to fill the hole, and there was nowhere to go.
No gain on the play. Harold Holliman, number 70, and Don Moen, number 30.
Donnie Moen makes a heck of a play. Here he is lined up here. Watch, he's going to come back in coverage, and then he comes up and slips through the entire blocking scheme and makes just a heck of a play on that screen to Kevan Jenkins. See, nice between two blockers, makes the play, and boy, Toronto, they have had a lot of individuals coming up with some great efforts tonight.
Second and 10. Flutie has 5 receivers in. Hits, has a first down. Clutch catch, great toss. Andrew Thompson flipped him out.
Yeah, give Doug Flutie credit. You know, he's going to a pretty good matchup. Pitts against Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas, normally a middle safety, and does not see a lot of inside receivers in one-on-one coverage. That was the right place to go. Good pass, good catch, and those are the numbers for Pitts tonight. Another normal night for his 2 slot backs, 13 between them.
First and 10. Stampeders at the 22. All even at 21. Flutie on the run, far side, finds Kevan Jenkins. Jenkins has great running room. He's out across the 35 to the 50-yard line. Kevin Whitley, number 6, finally put the stop on Kevan.
Well, Toronto gets locked up in a man-to-man coverage. They're coming with the blitz. There goes Donnie Moen. Now here's Kevan going out on the flat. Ken Benson, 73, has to try and stay with him. It's a mismatch. Flutie saw it immediately. Hit Jenkins so quickly, Benson can't stay with him. They get a big gain, and for a team that started deep in their own territory, they got it out around midfield in a hurry.
Back at the 10, this drive began. Now it's first and 10 at the 53. Andy McVay. Out to the 55 in the draw after 26 yards by Jenkins, 7 by McVay.
It isn't amazing how good and a quality team Calgary really is. I mean, they start this one deep in their own territory. You're thinking, hey, Toronto's maybe shifted the momentum around in this game and had a great chance to pin Calgary deep. But what do? Pass play to Pitts, pass to Jenkins, draw to McVay, and heck, they're at midfield in 3 plays.
10:31 to go, fourth quarter. It's even, 21-21. Stampeders. Second and 3. And Jenkins got the call again. We'll see where they spot it.
Jenkins, the ball carrier for the Stampeders. He gets about 2 yards up the middle.
I think he's short of the first down.
Tripped up by number 44, Brian Gordon.
Kevan Jenkins has had a great night for the Stampeders. 7 receptions, 85 yards, and the 1 touchdown, the first of the evening, plus 8 for 43 along the ground.
Well, he just does everything you ask of him. And the one play that I really liked was how he picked up Brian Hilk on the blitz one time and absolutely drilled him so Doug Flutie could complete a pass.
3rd and 1, Flutie himself dives for the first down. Again, 3 receivers on each side, and Flutie just follows Doug Davies. .24 to go. 21-21 at McMahon Stadium.
1st and 10, Stampeders at the Toronto 50.
Calgary now at the Argo 50. This drive began at the Calgary 10. Wide open. Pitts couldn't bring it down. Reggie Pleasance closed quickly, but Pitts could have had the catch.
Off of the Argos, number 2, Reggie Pleasant.
Doug Flutie's fault here. The little play action freezes everybody. And here's Pitts. Watch him slow it down. He's in the open hole. Don't run through it, so he chokes the motor down. He's in the right spot. Doug Flutie just overthrew him. Oh, you really have to work hard to overthrow him. He's 6'4" with the long arms. When he jumps, he's up around 12 feet in the air. So, I mean, you know Flutie really was off target to miss him.
Stampeders at the 50.
2nd and 10. Pitts makes the catch this time for the first down. What a great clutch receiver, Alan Pitts, in front of Kevin Whitley.
It'll really be interesting to see when this drive is over how much time the Calgary Stampeders have taken off the clock. It's 8:39. I think they started at around the 13.5-minute mark, and they are just methodically moving it down the field, not making any errors. 16 yards in that reception to Pitts.
He is over 100 yards receiving for the 20th time, and that is a new Stampeder team record. Previous mark held by Herm Harrison. First down, Flutie. Hits again. Down to the 20. Wally Buono called him a surgeon. Speaking of Doug Flutie.
Watch again, Pitts sees the zone defense. Hey, sits in the hole. Look at that. Perfect. Flutie recognized it quickly. You know, one of the goals for Alan Pitts this year is to try and have his 3rd consecutive 100-yard reception year. That would be a CFL record. Nobody else has ever done that.
1,000 yards, right?
No, I'm talking about receptions. He had 103 catches, 118 catches, and if he goes over 100 again.
100 catches, I got you.
New CFL record.
Flutie off target. Intending that for David Sapunjas. Mike Campbell was in Flutie's face that time.
Yeah, one of the few times that anybody has been near Doug Flutie tonight, and we really haven't talked about his offensive line a great deal, but when you look at Kenny Moore and Bruce Covington, Rocco Romano, Todd Storm, and the center Doug Davies, this group has just done a tremendous job keeping people away from their quarterback. I don't think they don't know where their meal ticket is.
Yeah, absolutely correcto.
Yeah, he's my playoff money. I'm going to protect him.
21-21. 7:22 to go. 4 receivers to the far side. Flutie on 2nd and 10. Steps up. Touchdown Taz. Alan Pitts in front of Andrew Thomas. From the 10-yard line. All the way to the end zone. Flutie to Pitts. A 20-yard toss.
Makes his 10th catch of the night. A beauty. Post corner move, and Andrew Thomas, absolutely no way he can stay with him. You know, 3 hard steps to the post, a hard pivot on the right foot, and Andrew Thomas totally turned around. And I'll tell you what, you will not see a nicer drive than the one that the Calgary Stampeders just finished.
Stampeders into the lead at 27-21 as it stands right now. Pitts, 4 receptions for 61 yards, Leaf, on that drive, including the touchdown.
Calgary Stampeders will be back home on Saturday, August 14th to take.
Well, they were saving that one, fellas, for that situation, knowing that Thomas was playing out there in place of Jonathan Wilson. In that situation down near the goal line, they wanted Pitts to run that route. They've been saving it for about 4 or 5 plays, and they came off the field smiling, saying it was worth holding on to.
Martin McLaughlin to restore a 1-touchdown lead for the Calgary Stampeders. 28-21. Calgary leading the Argos with 6:54 to go in the 4th quarter. Doug Flutie, a master. Here to Alan Pitts, the 20-yard touchdown, and that is the margin of the Stampeder lead right now.
Wait a minute. Saturday, August 7th on Bravo.
The fire yet it burns deep down in me.
Ray Charles.
The pleasure of pain haunts me constantly, but that's love, baby. It's a real true thing.
Spend a romantic evening with the incomparable Ray Charles. Part of Texaco's Performing Arts Showcase. Saturday, August 7th, 7 Eastern on Bravo.
Why is Isuzu America's #1 selling low-cab forward truck? With over 150 vocational applications.
O'Connor Truck Sales, the #1 Isuzu dealer in the tri-state area.
Hey, you want to see a great move? How about this one by Pitts? Just hold it for a sec. 3 hard steps to the inside. The hips of Thomas get turned like that. Back to the corner. Let it run. We're going to freeze it just at the critical point. Okay, 1, 2, 3, stop it. Boom. Now let it go. See what happens to Thomas? The hips are turned dead in the water.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it doesn't get prettier than that. Pitts tough in the zone tonight with a lot of catches just in the soft spots, and then when he gets that really desirable matchup on the man-to-man with a guy he knows he can beat, you know, the heart starts pounding, the eyes get bigger. He's saying, hey, I got one here.
Here's the Stampeder kickoff, followed by McAdoo. McAdoo falls on it in the end zone, and that'll be a single point. It'll be a costly miscue for the Argos before this evening is over. 6:48 to play, and McAdoo had trouble with the kickoff after Alan Pitts' touchdown.
Well, what the Toronto offense has to do, they've got to come on the field with a lot of bounce here. Hey, Calgary went down and scored. Sure, they got the touchdown. Now McAdoo coughs it up in the end zone. They give up the single, but all is not lost. You know, there's 6:48 to go in this thing, and they've just scored a touchdown themselves with the pass reception to Paul Mazzotti. So pick up the tempo, get the good attitude, get out there. Kerrigan's done a good job, and they're certainly not out of this game by any means.
Argos can't have any more injuries in the secondary, certainly, but now it's Reggie Pleasant injured. Jonathan Wilson has been injured tonight. Dave Van Bellingham unable to play. Andrew Thomas was injured. Kevin Whitley at left half is in replace of Enos Jackson, who was injured last week.
Well, now, you know Saskatchewan's watching this game on TV tonight, and what do you think Jeff Fairholm and Ray Elgard are thinking when they've seen the kind of nights that Punches and Alan Pitts have had? We got these guys coming in Saturday night.
Yep.
Injury problems mounting.
After that single by Tony Martino, I was talking to him earlier today about what he does for this team. I said, you hardly ever punt. You punt fewer times than any other kicker in the league. He says, well, at least I got to kick off. He says, otherwise I'd never break a sweat during the game. He says, this is a great team to play for. Just kick off a bunch.
Tonight's game in tomorrow's Calgary.
Not many field goal tries or not very punting situations for Martino, but not many field goal tries for Mark McLaughlin either, because Flutie hits the end zone so frequently. 6-12 to travel 100 yards in 11 plays. Flutie to Alan Pitts, and that's the latest score. Calgary in front, 29-21. Robert Clark makes the catch from Mike Kerrigan. Carl Anthony in on the tackle. Let's see where they spot the ball. He's a couple short. Hang on now. Moved it ahead a bit. It'll be a gain of very close to 10. Fourth catch, totaling 72 yards for Robert Clark.
second down and into.
Second down, less than a yard to go for Kerrigan and the Argos trying to get across the 45. This is Warren Hudson, and he has plenty for the first down. No markers anywhere, so the Argos will continue the drive. Raymond Biggs in on the tackle. He got to play last week when Matt Finley went down. Number 70, Raymond Biggs, makes his first CFL start for the Stampeders.
The Toronto Argonauts trying to break a 10-game no-win situation dating back to last year.
Coming into this one tonight, it didn't look like a win situation for the Argos, but they're not out of it yet. Mazzotti again with a big catch. Needs a block. He's down to the 10-yard line, and it's out of bounds. Argos will regain possession.
Kerrigan's pass is complete. The call.
Oh my gosh, a heart stopper for the Argos, with Mazzotti losing the ball after picking up 34.
Same play, he scored the touchdown on. Good move. See, he gets the hips turned to Junior Thurman, breaks to the inside, and now the fun starts. Paul Mazzotti with sneaky speed finally gets in some open field, and for the Argos, this is the old Argo bounce here as Kenton Leonard strips the ball loose, but the ball goes out of bounds, and the Toronto Argonauts keep it. But once again, the key is in the Pitts touchdown. When you can position that defensive back so you get his hips turned, you know, you're going to run some great patterns and get yourself open.
He was the Argos' leading receiver in 1992 with 719 yards. Palmazzotti slightly shaken up on the play, but he sets the Argos up in great field position with 5:02 to go in Calgary.
Why get an inferior foam shave when you could have the best? Why choose ordinary lubrication when you could have the richest? Why settle for average protection against razor irritation when there's something more advanced than foam? Edge Gel. Ultimate closeness. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge. And now there's new soothing Edge Aftershave for sensitive, dry, and normal skin.
Argo wide receiver Paul Mazzotti appears to be okay. Something to smile about. 5 receptions, 150 yards on the night for Mazzotti. And 1 touchdown earlier. He sets the Argos up just outside the Calgary 20 at the 21.
Well, you have to be impressed with the way Mike Kerrigan has come in the second half and taken control. Had the touchdown pass to Mazzotti, a good long one to Robert Clark to set up a field goal. So Mike Kerrigan has done a nice job, and he's got one of his old favorite targets that will come in the game now. Wally Zatilny in replacing Mazzotti for at least 1 play. It's been a great game. You know, I don't think any of us expected it to be this close with the records going into it and the frustrations the Argos have had so far in 3 games. Calgary on a roll, but give the Toronto Argonauts credit. A very good game plan tonight. They've given up a lot of yardage on defense, but have not given up any real big plays, and you know that is the key.
Yeah, Flutie has had to march the Stampeders for the touchdowns he has achieved so far tonight, but he can march the football team, as witnessed on that last drive. 100 yards for the touchdown. It's 29-21, Calgary leading Toronto. Argos first and 10. The Stampeder 21. Kerrigan stands in. He's on target. Larry Willis makes the catch. He's short of the first down.
Tackle number 33, Ken Watson.
Alondra Johnson was in on the tackle along with Ken Watson.
It's a gain of 9.
Short by a yard. .426 to play, 4th quarter.
Second down and 1.
Clark to the near side. That'll be good for the first down on 2nd and 1. Mike Kerrigan has done a pretty good job since relieving Tracy Ham. 8 of 12, 200 yards in the touchdown. In the 3rd quarter, Mazzotti in on the touchdown and 4 other receptions. He's on the sidelines. That's Paul Mazzotti right now with Wally Zatilny in his place. First and 10 Argos at the Stampeder 10. Kerrigan gets a block, throwing on the run. Not an Argo anywhere around the ball as it bounced near the 4. Kip Lewis might have been the closest.
And Mike Kerrigan did that on purpose. He was looking for an open spot just to ground that football, avoid the sack, avoid any interceptions. Initially, he was looking for Robert Clark, but as you can see, solid coverage by Carl Anthony there. Clark thinks he's open, but trust me, Anthony's close behind. Kerrigan threw that ball away to save the worst thing that's going to happen is I got a second down opportunity.
I trust you. Mazzotti back in for the Argos. Second and goal to go. Toronto at the Calgary 10. Kerrigan looking to the corner for Mazzotti. Touchdown. That's Pinball Clemens, number 31. Mazzotti cleared the area, and Kerrigan found the pinball.
And that's the matchup Toronto thought they might get tonight with either McAdoo or Pinball Clemens. A back on the middle linebacker, Marvin Pope. Tried to get him away from a defensive back. Kerrigan saw it immediately, and Pinball Clemens, although he had to come back underneath the coverage, reacted perfectly, made the catch. So now the Argos will go for two, try and tie this game up.
Great reaction by Pinball Clemens. The Argos within two. A two-point conversion attempt. For the tie. Kip Lewis in front of Ken Watson. Kerrigan brings the Argos back once more.
And the Argos 29.
First catch of the night for Kip Lewis. Good for 2 points. Mike Kerrigan moves the Argos effectively. This for the tie. Kerrigan to Lewis, and it's 29-29 at McMahon.
Brian Weber with the New Sport Update. The Olympic torch stays with NBC. A record $456 million for the rights to the '96 Atlanta Games. And Cuba's Javier Sotomayor, the class of the high jump, breaking his own outdoor record at 8 feet and 1/2 inch Tuesday in Spain. If it's sports you want, then it's New Sport. Sports news 24 hours a day, coming October 1st.
This is a specific formation to try and isolate Mike Clemens on a linebacker. Watch, they bring Lewis across. That means Watson comes in motion. Now, Clemens will come out here. That means Marvin Pope has to come out there from the linebacking spot. Toronto thought that would be a good matchup for them. There comes Clemens out. Look at Pope moving across. And now, here's Clemens, here's Pope. You're going to run up here. Mike will come back and make the catch, adjusting to the football. But don't think Mike Kerrigan didn't expect that, was looking for it. And as soon as he dropped back and planted in the pocket, he was looking for Clemens all the way. That's a great touchdown. You know, it's nice when you're an offense and you put a scheme in and you expect to get a coverage and you get it. Well, you're thinking, whoa, this is our chance to hit the home run. Much like Alan Pitts on Andrew Thomas on the last series for Calgary.
Mike Kerrigan has done a fine job, including engineering this touchdown drive. 7 plays, 75 yards. The 10-yard reception by Mike Clemens. Plus the 2-point conversion by Lewis to get us all even at 29. This is Keyvan Jenkins on the return for the Stampeders. Superb run by Jenkins. He's out across the 40 near the 44, stopped by Costello and Hill. So this time, Flutie has very good field position.
And the biggest test of the night for the Toronto defense, who for the most part, I think have played a terrific game tonight. Calgary averages 42 points on a normal game tonight, only 29 with just 2:45 remaining. So this is their test. They've done a good job, but it's not over yet.
Great night for Alan Pitts and for Doug Flutie. From the shotgun on first down. Flutie over the middle. Pitts can't make the catch. It's intercepted. Benson coming up with a deflected ball. Thomas got a hand on it. And Benson for the Argos has the interception. That's the first interception given up by Doug Flutie in 1993.
And a good throw by Flutie, just tipped by Pitts to Thomas to Ken Benson. And the Toronto Argonauts get the big turnover here late in the game with the team's tied at 29. The old tip drill, and trust me, they worked on this in practice, and it pays off for Toronto.
29-29 with 2:38 to play. Argos have their first turnover. Mike Clemens gets the call. Close to 5 yards.
Takes the handoff to Kerrigan, yard forward for about 3 yards.
John, you mentioned tip drill. We were talking to Doug Flutie yesterday about the fact he hadn't thrown an interception yet. He says, listen, they're inevitable. Sooner or later, a ball is going to hit a shoulder pad or get tipped. I'm not worried about it, but in this situation, his first of the year on a bad bounce really hurts Calgary.
They spotted a gain of 3, Gord. It is 2nd and 7 facing the Argos right now. 2:19 to go. All even at 29. Clemens, far side, Masadi. What a great catch. He is having some kind of night, particularly the second half.
And the Toronto receivers really have made some big plays tonight, and none bigger than this. He slips, but he watched the stretch here. The concentration to bring it in, tuck it before you hit the ground. Well, he has put on a clinic.
6 for 164, including 1 touchdown, and then his big catch of 34 yards set up the tying touchdown.
Well, you're seeing some awesome receptions by receivers on both sides in this game.
14 yards there. It is 1st and 10. Argos at the 43. This is Warren Hudson, met by Harold Hasselback, number 95. Solid defense by the Stampeders now. 2:08 to go.
Well, the Stampeders make some adjustments. They go to their nickel defense. Gerald Vaughn will come in. Sireko Zizakovic comes in for a little pass rushing help, and they will use 6 defensive backs to try and shut Toronto down. Toronto needs about 10 more yards to get Lance Chomick in reasonable range to try and kick a game-winning field goal.
2nd and 8. Kerrigan. Big rush is on Kerrigan. He's got his man. And this will be a touchdown for Kip Lewis. Penalty marker down.
I think Will Johnson jumped offside, and I think this touchdown will stand. Watch the reaction to Dennis Meyer. Absolutely.
Touchdown, folks. The Argos have the lead.
So Kip Lewis with only 2 catches tonight. One was the 2-point convert. Now this one spectacular, and Kerrigan throws behind the receiver, but what body control in the air by Lewis to turn around, make the catch, and no Stampeder in sight. And well, boy, you talk about a season turning around play. Maybe this is the one for the Argos to get them over the hump.
41 yards. Kip Lewis has the touchdown. The Argos have the lead. And it's by a touchdown now as Chomick adds 1 more to the Toronto total with 1:42 to go.
Guys, I've seen Wally Buono a little intense before, but I've never seen him as angry as he's been in the last 5 minutes at his defense. Continual tongue lashings. There's another one coming, and Wally is hot.
This guy can hardly believe his good fortune. I don't think the Argos really believed they had a solid chance of a victory here tonight. And they haven't got it locked up yet.
No,
but it's a gutsy performance, Lee.
Who would you rather have at quarterback with 1:42 remaining and trying to get a touchdown to tie the game up? It might be Flutie.
Yeah, it might be Flutie. Argos will try and set up a special teams coverage unit here. Kerrigan, 13 of 18, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns. The Argos have the lead by a touchdown at 36-29. 1:42 to go. This is Derek Crawford, and the Stampeders will begin outside the 40 near the 43. Kerrigan's scoring drive, 4 plays, 60 yards. Kip Lewis has the touchdown.
Yeah, and the key, as it always is Mike Kerrigan had time to throw. His offensive line has really done a good job in the second half, giving him time.
Yeah, and that touchdown came off the turnover. First interception of the year given up by Doug Flutie. Now, 1:39 to play. Lots of time for a quarterback like Flutie. Beginning at the 43. From the shotgun. Yes! Will Moore. A minute 35 to go. Flutie's turning this into a short field in a hurry.
And there's a fine line for Toronto whether to be aggressive or sit back and keep everything in front of you. I think they have to find the happy medium.
14 yards to gain. First and 10 at the 53. That might have been tipped, but Kevan Jenkins has another Stampeder first down.
Reggie Pleasant has the short flat coverage, and he just can't get around the body of Kevan Jenkins to try and knock it loose. There you see Pleasant at the bottom of your screen, and he will come in and try and make the play, but he's just a fraction too late, and hold on to your hat.
Another 14 yards, first and 10. Stampeders already at the Argo 38. A minute 15 to play. Blocks for Doug Flutie, who takes out this time, sliding across the 35.
Doug Flutie, the ball carrier.
Big finish, and McMahon, a minute and 11 seconds to play.
And no question, Wally Buono and John Hufnagel's offensive coordinator have indicated to Flutie, hey, you're playing 3-down football now, so although it's second down, they still will have 2 to pick it up.
Flutie has tossed for 420 yards. He needs another 35 to get even with the Argos. Onto the cover. And that will be another first down as Pee Wee Smith steps up near the 21. Reggie Pleasant covering on Smith. 58 seconds remain. 14, 14, 14. Flutie is picking apart the Argo defense 14 yards at a time. First and 10 now at the 21. The Argos lead at 36-29. 58 seconds remaining. 4 receivers far side of the field for Flutie. Now he looks to the corner. Kevan Jenkins, touchdown! Can you say overtime? 50 seconds left.
He made it look easy.
Did he ever?
Coverage breakdown here. Flutie breaks containment, and he picks out Kevan Jenkins all alone and makes the catch in front of Horace Urban and into the end zone. And yes, tie game. 50 seconds remaining.
A 21-yard touchdown toss. Finished off a great drive by Doug Flutie. He had a minute 42 when he began for the Stampeders. 50 seconds remain in the football game. 21-yard touchdown reception for Kevan Jenkins. That's his second of the night.
It's a new way to celebrate. Go slam yourself.
Dennis spotted something down there he didn't like a whole bunch.
Well, he used to be the defensive coordinator before he became the head coach, so he understands as well as anybody that there was a breakdown to let Jenkins stay so wide open. But hey, listen, 50 seconds remaining, and if I know Mike Kerrigan, he's thinking, look, give me a good kickoff return so I can get some reasonable field position, and I got a lot of time to still try and win this game in regulation time.
36-36. 72 points on the board. Lots in the fourth quarter as McAdoo has the Argos out at the 25. 43 seconds to play, and it took 52 seconds for Flutie to find the end zone and Kevan Jenkins to even this thing up.
And you know what, the way the time goes so slowly in the last minute of these CFL games that if Mike Kerrigan doesn't pick up a first down, Calgary may very well have an opportunity themselves to get it back with enough time to win it.
Argos. The intended receiver was Robert Clark, covering Carl Anthony. 38 seconds on the clock.
Well, now, if Toronto doesn't get a first down here, don't be surprised if Calgary will call a timeout immediately so Toronto can't run the clock down on the third down punting situation. And, well, you know, Wally Buono and his group are thinking, hey, if we stop them here, we've got a great chance to come back and steal one here in the last few seconds.
38 of those seconds remain. It's all even at 36. Second and 10 Argos. Back with the Toronto 25. Kerrigan looks for an open receiver near side. Now it's picked out, but it was out of bounds. Anthony ended up with a football. That's number 19, Carl Anthony, but they rule his interception was out of bounds.
I'd be surprised if Calgary didn't call their timeout now, so Toronto can't run to 20 seconds now.
Not much argument, Leaf.
That's a good call. Definitely out of bounds.
So with 31 seconds to go, Hank Olisic has to kick it away. Look for the return here. Hank Olisic has had a big night. Not much of a rush, so the return is on. Crawford, far side, stepping out with 22 seconds on the clock. A 4-yard return after a 40-yard punt. Not one of Olisic's deepest. So there is time for number 20, Doug Flutie.
Yeah, I don't think the hearts of all the Toronto Argonaut players are not in their throats right now, because 22 seconds from close to midfield is a heck of a lot of time for Flutie to complete a couple of passes and give Mark McLaughlin an opportunity to win it.
Yeah, now is Flutie having a great night, 469 yards.
Yeah, he's having a great night.
4 receivers to the near side, 22 seconds to go. That one is batted down, and Flutie has upset it himself. Brian Warren got a mid on it.
Key defensive play for the Argonauts. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, do the next best thing. Get your hand up, and let's see if we can see who it was. 77, Rodney Harding. Brian Warren was in the area, but you talk about key defensive plays. Was that ever a huge one for Harding? Because it takes time off the clock.
Four receivers to the near side of the field for Flutie on 2nd and 10. Trying to get in range. Sapunjas gets him there. David Sapunjas, 13 seconds on the clock. Absolutely incredible. Cue Mark McLaughlin for the game-winning field goal.
Dave Sapunjas working across the field, and number 38, Brian Hill, the middle linebacker, gambles. He comes underneath, and Sapunjas with tremendous concentration. He knew he was going to take the hit from Irvin as well, but he hangs on and makes the superb catch, and Calgary definitely will have a shot now to win this thing in regulation time. Stampeders taking a timeout to try and sort out how they want to work this last 13 seconds. But
what a great finish, Lee. We're even right now. Mark McLaughlin will get the call. Coming into the game, he was good on 78% of his field goals, the longest from 42 yards away.
It's just uncanny how quickly Flutie recognizes mismatches. You know, Sapunjas on the middle linebacker is a total advantage to Calgary, and Flutie saw it and hit him.
13 seconds remain in a tie game at 36. Stampeders setting up for a McLaughlin field goal.
Yeah, just get it to the middle of the field and give Mark McLaughlin the best possible opportunity to win what has been a truly outstanding football game, and give him a shot to win it in regulation time.
Mark McLaughlin, 208 points last year. He was the CFL scoring leader.
Now Toronto covering all the bases. They got Hank Olisic back in the end zone. The possibility that this field goal is wide, and this is not automatic. We're talking 37 yards here, but Toronto has their special team back there that if it is missed, they will get it out.
But a single point will win it at 36-36. Timeouts to let Mark McLaughlin think about this just a second or two longer. Well, it's all on the line for the Argos. Said it a little earlier, though, this is a very gutsy performance by the Argos, a team that has been racked by injury and had some injury problems in this one tonight. Doug Flutie has had a terrific evening for the Stampeders, but Mike Kerrigan came off the bench and was miraculous for the Argos.
Yeah, he did. Calgary's used his timeout to decide, hey, we can run one more offensive play, and Flutie will do just that before Mark McLaughlin will come into the game.
Flutie surrenders. So on third down, they'll kick.
Flutie talked him into that. He said, you know, we got time to do this, and I'm going to just move it over about 3-4 more yards and make sure Mark is dead center in the middle of the field, which he is now.
What a great night for Flutie, and Alan Pitts and David Sapungis made it most memorable. 7 for 91, the numbers on Sapungis, including the catch that set up this one. 10 for 176 for Alan Pitts. Let's get you back and see Mark McLaughlin's field goal attempt for the win. He has it. CFL football at its best here tonight. That was a thrilling ball game.
It really was, and you have to give the Toronto Argonauts full marks for their gutsy performance. Sure, they gave up 39 points on defense, but Flutie had a great night with over 400 yards in passing, but I thought they hung in there terrifically, and Mike Kerrigan, what a terrific night he had. But in the end, hey, the magic of Doug Flutie prevails, and as it has, two-time MVP, and he came through in the final few seconds.
When is a stamp not just a stamp?
Stamp, this is a legend.
When is a stamp not just a stamp?
But it's really cool.
A stamp is more than a stamp when it's worth hanging on to.
When it means something to you.
But stamps you want to hang on to don't hang around your post office long. So call for this free catalog. You'll find this year's best stamps, past favorites you might have missed, plus great gift ideas. Call for our free catalog now. So, when is a stamp not just a stamp? When is a stamp not just a stamp?
When it's the heavyweight stamp of the world!
New Joe Louis stamps. They're at your post office for a few rounds only. Or call for our free catalog. This is an effort to reach men and women who served in the United States Armed Forces. It concerns an offer for honorably discharged veterans and their spouses ages 45 to 75. Please use the toll-free number to respond. Call now for free information.
Light.
Overall beautifies and protects your tires. Just spray and walk away. Calgary Stampeders win it by a final score of 39-36. We're back with more from Calgary in just a moment.
Stampeders, 18-10. From Calgary, it's CFL Live.
We've all done this before. You
Has a bit of a separated shoulder on his passing arm going into that game, and of course he was starting, but you wonder how healthy he may be.
Will Johnson got to Danny Barrett on the final play of the opening half. Barrett and the BC Lions have fallen behind the high-rolling Calgary Stampeders. It's 21-4. More from McMahon on the CFL Live in a moment.